The appearance of the ancient city of Providence. Rise. The two figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a loud boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment he did so, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming. The attacks from all directions were blocked by the light beam. At this moment, the three-eyed god race, the divine emperor, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No. The paragons of the Bloodblade continent let out indignant roars and attacked Lu Ming frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were blocked by the light. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Then, as they roared unwillingly, the geniuses of the Bloodblade continent all disappeared on the spot with a flash. It was obvious that they had failed and were teleported out. Boom! At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hands trembled violently. It flickered with light and then flew into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that another totem pole in his storage ring had flown out of the storage ring by itself and into the sky. Totem pillars also flew out of the Emperor God's and the others' storage rings. The most shocking one was the Emperor God. Two of them flew out of his storage ring at the same time. A few million miles away from the capital, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful woman. The two of them were casually walking in the sky. They were Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, the fatty's face changed. A totem pillar flew out of his storage ring. The totem pillar glowed and pierced through the space, flying into the distance. The next moment, Fatty reacted and let out a shrill cry, "Ah, my totem pole!" The totem pillar that he had obtained with great difficulty had actually flown away by itself. He immediately flew in the direction of the totem pillar. Boom! 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 The sky above the imperial city trembled as the totem pillars started to gather. Soon, all 10 of them had gathered together and formed a strange array in the sky. At this moment, the battle in the capital stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem pillars gathered together, and a bright light shot up into the sky. The space was torn apart by the light, and a huge hole appeared. From the inside, a huge ancient city could be seen. In the eastern wilderness, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet sect had all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation portals, which were the entrances to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Amulet sect, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other senior members, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered in the area near the ancient stone. The 1-year deadline is about to arrive. I wonder if the ancient city of Providence will be able to open this time. Du Songjue sighed. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence, and most of the battles for Providence in the past hadn't even been able to open it. The number of times it could be opened was in the minority. I hope it can be opened. However, once it's opened, my Talisman Amulet sect's disciples will be in danger. Bai Shijin sighed. The other elders also sighed. They were conflicted. After the opening of the ancient city of Providence, it would be the final battle. This was an opportunity for the Talisman sect disciples, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. They wanted Lu Ming to be the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, but they knew that it was too difficult. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could only compete with those at the bottom of the 100. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all more powerful than the last. It would be too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with them in a year. After all, he would improve, and so would the other geniuses. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the stone began to shake and emit a bright light. It's activated. The teleportation formation has been activated, which means that the ancient city of Providence has been activated. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go. We'll enter the ancient city of Providence. Du Songjue shouted. Everyone stepped forward and entered the teleportation array. At the same time, in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, there was also an ancient stone that was glowing. The higher-ups of the three parties stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. In the eastern barren land, above a barren mountain, a shocking roar suddenly came from the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the endless void cracked, and a huge spatial crack appeared. Then, an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles in length and width. In the middle of the city, there was a huge fighting stage. The fighting stage was made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring, there were rows of seats in the shape of a ring. It was like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could look down and see everything happening in the fighting ring. There was no grandstand on the north side of the battle stage. Instead, there was a long flight of stairs that extended from the bottom to the battle stage. Suddenly, 4 black vortexes appeared in the sky above the stands, from which many figures emerged. In one of the vortexes, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other patriarchs of the Symbol Puppet sect appeared. On the right side of the Talisman Amulet sect, silhouettes filled with corpse chi and ghostly chi appeared. They were the higher-ups of the Heavenly Corpse sect, all of whom were extremely powerful. In particular, there was a tall figure among them. He was shrouded in endless corpse chi, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The Corpse Emperor of the Sky Corpse sect. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Shijin and the others' pupils contracted and they became extremely solemn. The Sky Corpse sect's Corpse Emperor was a sovereign path expert, on par with Martial Emperor De. They were renowned throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. This time, even the Corpse Emperor had appeared, which showed how important this Battle of Providence was. Fortunately, the ancient city of Kismet was similar to the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. There was a powerful suppression, and the older one was, the stronger the suppression. Even Imperial Dao experts would be greatly suppressed here, and they wouldn't be able to display much of their battle prowess. That was why they weren't too worried. If they were outside, the Zombie Emperor could kill them all by himself. On the right side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, another group of people also appeared. They were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans were all here. There were also a few other people who exuded a similarly imposing aura. Clearly, they were characters on the same level as the clan heads of the 6 great clans. The supremes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not limited to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans. However, the gazes of Bai Shijin and the others directly skipped over them and landed on a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe. Martial Emperor De. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. Martial Emperor De had come in person. Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor. Martial Emperor De was famous in the East Barren. He founded the Detian Divine Palace and made it the biggest human force in the East Barren. He was so famous and powerful that some people called him the #1 emperor in the East Barren. Even the Corpse Emperor was weaker. Moreover, Bai Shijin and the others knew that it was De who had secretly killed Lian Tsang. They hated and feared Martial Emperor De. When Martial Emperor De appeared, he looked directly at the Talisman sect like 2 extremely sharp divine swords. Although Martial Emperor De was completely suppressed here, it still gave people a lot of pressure. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others all changed their expressions as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. Only one person looked calm as he stared at Martial Emperor De. Yan Kuang-tu. Yan Kuang-tu and the Talisman Amulet sect had also entered this place. Yan Kuang-tu's eyebrows flashed, and the Nine Sun Supreme Master walked out. After a year, the soul of the Nine Sun Supreme had become many times more solid than it was a year ago. It was almost solid, and its soul power was strong and stable. He also looked at Martial Emperor De. A bright light burst out of Martial Emperor De's eyes, and a strong killing intent filled the air. Although he did not speak, he had made it clear. Do you think that hiding in the Talisman Amulet sect will be of any use? The patriarch of the Wang clan looked at Yan Kuang-tu and the others with cold eyes. Your Talisman Amulet sect will also be destroyed sooner or later. I wonder how many people from the Talisman Amulet sect will be able to make it to the ancient city of Providence in this battle of Providence. I hope they don't all die. The master of the Jiang family said coldly. Don't worry, the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect will naturally have their own opportunities. Bai Shijin said in a deep voice. It's useless to be stubborn. Soon, you'll see the reality. The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. This time, Bai Shijin and the others didn't reply. There was no point in saying more. De, I don't know what you're thinking. You have two such powerful disciples. You don't even want your grand disciple, which makes me very jealous. At this time, a voice came from another direction. It was a woman's voice, but it was full of charm. It made people's hearts beat faster and their hearts tremble. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Demonic chi filled the air. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. One of the women was about 30 years old. She was wearing a thin veil that revealed her devilish figure. Her appearance was enough to turn all living beings upside down. Any man who saw her would feel their heart skip a beat. Her every move, every frown, and every smile was filled with endless temptation. Demon Emperor. Central's heart trembled. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley was said to be a nine-tailed fox, a pure-blooded nine-tailed fox. A pure-blood nine-tailed fox was a divine beast. Even though a nine-tailed fox was not particularly strong among divine beasts, it was still extremely terrifying. Today, the three supreme existences of the East Continent, De, the Martial Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor, had all arrived. This was a rare occasion that only happened once in 1,000 years. In the eastern wastelands, the number of emperors could be counted with a finger. Each one of them was a supreme existence. Without a doubt, De's Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor were the strongest among the emperors. Although the demonic Sky Sovereign was also a sovereign, he was weaker than the three of them. Back then, the demonic Sky Sovereign had only stopped the avatar of Martial Emperor Dai. Now, it was obvious that the real body of Martial Emperor Dai had returned from the sea. In comparison, the Talisman Amulet sect was too weak. They're just a pair of unfilial disciples. The Demon Emperor must be laughing at us. Martial Emperor De said coldly. Is he really a traitorous disciple? Why didn't the rumors I heard say this? De, you have seized the bloodline of the 9 suns and the blood essence of the 9 dragons. What do you want? I'm very curious. The Demon Emperor said with a smile. This smile made many people's hearts beat faster. In their shock, they quickly looked away, not daring to look at the Demon Emperor. This was also because everyone present had profound cultivation and had cultivated for many years. Even the weakest of them was a spiritual god realm master. If those young people saw this, they would probably lose their minds and be unable to extricate themselves. Martial Emperor De's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. The Demon Emperor looked at De and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the stairs. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, everyone was looking up at the sky, at the massive object that had just appeared. That's the ancient city of Providence? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. Suddenly, beams of light appeared from the ancient city of Providence and landed on every young genius who was participating in the Battle of Providence. At this moment, no matter where they were, no matter which ruins they were in, or which forbidden area they were in, as long as they were not dead, a beam of light would descend from the sky and envelop them. Then, the space trembled and the figure disappeared. In the capital, those heaven's favorites disappeared one by one. It was the same for Lu Ming. The light pillar shook and his figure disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. Lights were flashing all around him and figures kept appearing. Lu Ming saw Di Shun and the other elites of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet Sect. Huanzhen, Wen Qishur, Bai Qixue and the rest were all there. They smiled and walked over when they saw Lu Ming. The geniuses of the four overlord forces all gathered according to their forces. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huanzhen walked over and said. It's fine. This time, I really have to thank you for the inscription talisman scroll. Lu Ming smiled at Huanzhen. Without Huanzhen's inscription scroll, Lu Ming might not be able to snatch the last totem pole even if he used all his strength. If he were to use his full strength, the others would definitely try to stop him. How would he be able to snatch the totem pillar? With the help of the inscription scroll, he was able to take the totem pole by surprise. Oh! Huanzhen's eyes lit up. Did Lu Ming succeed? Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Wen Qini, Bai Qixue and the rest came over to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and responded to them one by one. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. With a loud laugh, Fatty carried his axe and walked over. Ruan Tingting and Fatty walked side by side. Fatty, Tingting. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the beginning of the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had not met Fatty and Ruan Tingting. To be honest, he was quite worried that something would happen to the two of them. Now that he saw them, he was naturally happy. Lu Ming, Tingting was worried that something would happen to you. I knew it. What can those pieces of trash do to you? The Fatty grinned and looked at the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley in disdain. Before the Battle of Providence, the two forces had wanted to kill Lu Ming without mercy. Upon hearing the Fatty's words, the few forces immediately cast cold killing intent at Lu Ming. Chapter 955 Dragon Fate. This was especially so for the supreme talents like the Divine Emperor. They had seen Lu Ming catch them off guard in the capital and seize the last totem pole. Humph, he's relying on treasures to catch me off guard. He'd better not touch me in the fight for fate later. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill him. Luo Tian said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right, I'll kill him too. Another person coldly spoke. The Emperor God didn't say anything, but his eyes were cold. The battle for Providence had not ended yet. There was still a second stage, the battle for Providence. He might not be able to keep the luck he had seized before. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with the gazes of these people. Let's go up the stairs and head to the fighting ring. Someone said and stepped forward. In front of this platform, there was a huge flight of stairs that led upwards. Some people had already started to step forward. Then, all the forces stepped forward. In fact, even if the few major forces were added together, they did not have many people. The Talisman Amulet sect had over 1,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, but now, there were less than 400 left. Back then, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had close to 10,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, including the Death Warriors. Now, they only had 2,000 plus people. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Corpse sect only had less than 2,000. The Sky Demon Valley was slightly better off, with nearly 2,000 people. Of course, the rest of them had more or less obtained some opportunities. Some of them had even obtained great opportunities. As long as they survived, their future prospects were limitless. Everyone went up the stairs, but Lu Ming immediately saw a strange phenomenon. For example, the remaining suicide soldiers of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace could climb the stairs very quickly. Their bodies were light and agile. As for those famous geniuses, their speed was much slower. It was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Each step was extremely difficult. It's said that the higher one's luck value is, the greater the pressure one will face when walking up the stairs. It will be more difficult to walk. On the side, Huan Zhen said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. No wonder. Those men of sacrifice were in charge of exploring some dangerous places. Any treasures would naturally belong to the elites. These men of sacrifice did not have much fate value, so they were naturally light and fast. On the stairs and around the fighting ring, the higher-ups of the four forces were staring at the stairs without blinking. Someone's coming up. Someone suddenly shouted, and many people's eyes lit up. A young man in a blood-red robe with dull eyes walked up the stairs and stepped into the battle stage. He was a death warrior of the Heavenly Corpse sect. When he stepped onto the fighting ring, a book of destiny appeared in front of him. The book of destiny turned into a small worm and appeared above the young man's head. However, the next moment, the small worm crumbled, and a beam of light suddenly appeared above the young man's head. With a flash, the young man was teleported away and appeared on a seat in the Heavenly Corpse sect's area. No one was surprised. In the first phase of the Battle of Providence, the map would change every time. However, in the second phase, the map of the ancient city of Providence would change every time. This Heavenly Corpse sect's Deathsworn obviously did not have enough luck value and had been eliminated in advance. To qualify for the next round of the Battle for Providence, one had to obtain a certain amount of Providence value. If one's Providence value did not meet the standard, all the previously obtained Providence value would disappear and be wasted. One would be sent to the stands and eliminated in advance. This was the same for every Battle of Providence. Following that, more and more people came up. However, the ones who had come up were all people with very low fate. The Book of Destiny turned into a bug and then collapsed, being teleported away. The number of people in the stands slowly increased. In the beginning, most of them were death warriors, followed by some young geniuses and Heaven's Pride experts. Someone's Book of Destiny condensed a small snake that was many times larger than the small worm from before. However, it still collapsed and was eliminated early. Thousands of people were eliminated. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The Book of Destiny of a young man in green collapsed and turned into a giant python. The giant python roared in a majestic manner. It was much stronger than the small insects and snakes from before. Moreover, the giant python didn't collapse. It was still hovering above his head. He wasn't teleported to the stands, but remained on the fighting ring. Serpents of Fate. Only those with more than 3,000 points of fate can turn into serpents. Only then can they retain their fate and enter the battle for fate. An old man in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace spoke. The young man was ecstatic. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Qingshan, who was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He barely qualified for the next round. The next young men were all able to transform their fate into pythons. The giant pythons spiraled above the heads of these young men, which was quite spectacular. In the end, more than 1,000 people were able to transform into pythons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the entire area, attracting everyone's attention. A 3-meter-long flood dragon appeared above the head of a young man. It was more majestic and powerful than the pythons. Fate turning into a flood dragon. Only when one's luck value reached 10,000 or more could one's luck transform into a flood dragon. Luck value, 3,000 to 10,000. Luck transformed into a python. From 10,000 to 100,000 points of luck, one's luck would transform into a flood dragon. When one's luck value reached more than 100,000, one could transform their luck into a dragon. The length of the dragon would be different depending on the amount of luck. Starting from this young man, the stage of the fate turning into a flood dragon had begun. Humph, Talisman Amulet Sect, I didn't expect you to still have many disciples alive. The Wang clan's patriarch looked towards the Talisman sect and mocked. Now, there were already quite a number of Talisman sect disciples who had appeared. Bai Shijin and the others were slightly more at ease. I've said it before. The disciples of my Talisman Amulet sect have their own opportunities. How can they die so easily? It seems that quite a few of you are missing. Bai Shijin sneered. Hee. The main thing is to see how many of your so-called peerless geniuses from the Talisman Amulet sect can stay. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. Those who were able to turn into a dragon were definitely the cream of the crop. That was because the young man who had turned into a dragon was a god-tier genius. The heavens favorites who came up later were the core of the sections. Heavens, why is it so heavy? At this moment, Lu Ming had also stepped onto the stairs. However, he felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. It was difficult for him to move. He had to use a lot of strength to take one step. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and climbed up with great difficulty. On the stairs, Lu Ming saw Di Shen, Shuejiani of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and a burly young man of the Sky Demon Valley. They were also walking very slowly, their bodies trembling slightly. The fatty was also very slow, but relatively speaking, he was much faster than Lu Ming. Ha, Lu Ming, why are you so slow? I've finally surpassed you. The fat man grinned happily. His fat trembled as he walked forward step by step, in front of Di Shen and the others. There was also one person who was slow, and that was Bai Qixue. However, she was a bit faster than the fatty. Huan Zhen was also behind Bai Qixue. Ruan Tingting, on the other hand, was a little faster and was about to reach the top of the stairs. True Dragon's Length. Slowly, the number of people on the stairs decreased. The higher-ups of the major forces around the fighting ring were still staring at the stairs. At this time, there were nearly 300 people who could transform their luck into a dragon on the fighting ring. The 300 flood dragons were of different lengths. The shortest one was 10 feet long, and the longest one was 99 feet. At this moment, the faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were getting uglier and uglier. This was because only a few of the 13 Zongzis had come up. The Wang clan master's expression was similarly ugly. He didn't see Wang Chong and Wang Chen. These people should have appeared in the group of people who had the fate of transforming into a flood dragon. It's impossible for so many people to have their luck transform into a dragon, right? In history, there were very few people who could transform their fate into a dragon, and they were all monsters among monsters. Qi Shui, Lu Ming. Bai Shijin's heart was in his mouth. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue did not show up. Lu Ming might be able to break through to the Fate Dragon transformation, but Qi Shui. Bai Shijin felt sad. He understood that with Bai Qixue's cultivation, it was almost impossible for her to get such a high luck value, unless she had a heaven-defying opportunity. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the surroundings and interrupted Bai Shijin's thoughts. Bai Shijin hurriedly looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Qixue, he saw Bai Qixue. At this moment, a real dragon with 5 claws flew out from the top of Bai Qixue's head. It was about 30 meters long and was as big as all the other pythons and flood dragons. The fate had transformed into a dragon. Bai Qixue's luck had turned into a dragon, which was completely out of Bai Shijin's expectation. The other patriarchs of the talisman sect were also overjoyed. Obviously, Bai Qixue had a great opportunity. Without cultivation, what's the point of obtaining so much fate value? You'll still have to spit it out later. Seeing that the 2 top-notch heavens favorites of the Wang family didn't come out, the master of the Wang family was in a bad mood and sneered. The faces of Bai Shijin and the others changed. Well, there would be a fight later. Bai Qixue had a lot of luck but not a strong cultivation, so he would definitely be targeted by many people. Sure enough, all the heavens favorites around the fighting stage were staring at Bai Qixue with hostility. When they found out that Bai Qixue's cultivation was indeed not high, their eyes became even more heated. Roar! At this moment, another paragon stepped forward. A true dragon also appeared above his head, and his luck transformed into a dragon. It's Nangong Bo! Someone shouted. Bo is not bad. The head of the Nangong family revealed a smile. Nangong Bo was ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, so the crowd was not too surprised. Nangong Bo's true dragon was about the same length as Bai Qixue's, about 100 feet long. Following that, those who ascended the stairs were all existences whose luck had transformed into a dragon. Moreover, most of them were ranked above Nangong Bo on the list of top 1,000 talents. Of course, there were also special ones. There were also those who were ranked behind Nangong Bo, but there were very few. There were even some who didn't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents and were new talents. For example, the Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse sect. There were also the elites of the Sky Demon Valley. Those who could transform their fate into a dragon were all monstrous geniuses among monstrous geniuses and were extremely powerful. People like Bai Qixue, who had accumulated luck points through great opportunities, were rare. Ru Kong. Not long after, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue and the rest were overjoyed to see another paragon of the Talisman Amulet sect turn into a dragon. Ru Kong was second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Amulet sect. The true dragon above his head was 15 feet long. 10,000 was 10 feet, which meant Ru Kong had obtained about 150,000 luck points. As for Wen Zhongli and the others, they had only been lucky enough to transform into a flood dragon. It seems like Guan Tao, Lu Song and the others have all fallen. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others sighed. Ru Kong had appeared. Now, there was also Huan Zhen and of course, Lu Ming. However, could Lu Ming's destiny really transform into a dragon? He still hadn't appeared. Everyone was worried. On the other hand, Yan Kuangtu and Nine Sun Supreme were very calm. As for the 3 sovereigns, they didn't say a word and just watched quietly. Especially the Demon Emperor, who was covered in a layer of colorful light. Otherwise, with her seductiveness that could turn all living beings upside down, many young people would probably be possessed by the devil with just a glance. Bang! Another young man stepped onto the fighting ring with heavy steps. Demonic Lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Finally, the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared. The moment Luo Tian appeared, the Book of Destiny transformed into a true dragon that was 160 feet long. Following that, a few more people entered the arena. They were all in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. One of them was even a newly risen heaven's favorite. It was shocking. Each of them had fate dragons that were above Luo Tian, and one of them even reached 200 feet long. Bang! An extremely fat figure stepped into the fighting ring. It's him. Many people were shocked. Most of the people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace knew this fatty. He was the disciple of the demonic Sky Sovereign and was on very good terms with Lu Ming. Roar! A 250-foot-long true dragon appeared above Fatty's head, suppressing the true dragons of Luo Tian and the others. This made many people extremely surprised. This fatty had actually accumulated so much fate value. However, some people felt better after thinking that the fatty was the disciple of an emperor. How many people in the East Continent could be accepted as a disciple by an emperor? It was normal for him to be a little special. After the fatty, the people who came up were all above 250 feet. Bang! A young man with purple flames all over his body stepped onto the fighting ring. Wang Fenshen. The patriarch of the Wang clan's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man. Wang Fenshen from the Wang family was ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents and the only one from the Wang family who was in the top 10. It was extremely powerful. The true dragon above Wang Fenshen's head was a full 300 feet long. A refined young man immediately followed Wang Fenshen onto the fighting ring. Above his head was a true dragon that was 310 feet long. He was 3 meters longer than Wang Fenshen. Dongfang Yu. A name appeared in everyone's mind. He was the peerless heaven's favorite of the ancient Dongfang family, ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, a beautiful woman appeared. She was a demon race prodigy and her dragon of fate was even longer than Dongfang Yu's. Bang! Bang! More and more people entered, and some recognized them as the chosen of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Buzz! A blood-red sword chi was released as a young man in a blood-red robe stepped into the fighting ring. The fate dragon on his body had reached a shocking 400 feet. Blood Sword 1, the number 1 disciple of the younger generation in the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the number 2 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Shuejiani has appeared. I think only the Emperor God and AO2 of the Heavenly Demon Valley are left. That's right. AO2 from the Heavenly Demon Valley is a rare heaven's favorite among the Flood Dragons. He can compete with the Emperor Gods. I wonder who will get more luck this time. I think it's an Emperor God. Although AO2 is strong, he's still a little weaker than an Emperor God. Look, someone's coming up. The surrounding people discussed as they stared at the stairs. 800 feet Fate Energy True Dragon. A muscular young man over 2 meters tall stepped into the fighting ring. The battle stage rumbled. A true dragon formed above his head and roared. 460 feet. This person was none other than AO2 from the Sky Demon Valley. His fate dragon was 460 feet long, which was 60 feet longer than Blood Sword 1. It was extremely shocking. However, since he had come earlier, everyone already knew that the Emperor God might have obtained more fate value. After AO2 came up, he turned around and looked at the stairs. A divine light flickered in his eyes. Bang! Bang! There was a rumbling sound coming from the stairs. Soon, a handsome face was revealed. It was the Emperor God. The Emperor God's slow steps seemed to be extremely heavy. Bang! Finally, he took a step forward, and a true dragon formed above his head. 560 feet, 560 feet long. God, no wonder the Emperor God is ranked 1st on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's a 250-meter long dragon of fate. He's ranked 1st. That's right. It's 150 meters long at the start. There's a chance it'll be 1,000 meters long when the battle for karmic luck begins. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Emperor God really has the demeanor of His Majesty when he was young. Perhaps another martial royal realm expert will be born in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace during the holidays. Congratulations. The master of the Wang family congratulated Martial Emperor De. That's right. Brother Wang is right. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The master of the Jiang family and the others also congratulated him. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others exclaimed in a low voice. Their eyes were filled with grief. Even the Emperor God had appeared. There should be no one else behind him. Could it be that Lu Ming had already died? At this moment, even Yan Kuangtu and the Nine Sons Supreme Master were swayed, and their eyes dimmed. Lu Ming was still too weak compared to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that this was the end? However, they did not notice that the Divine Emperor, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi were still looking in the direction of the stairs. The sovereigns also stared at the stairs without blinking, as if they could sense something. At this time, the others also noticed something strange and looked at the stairs. Could there be someone else? How was that possible? The Divine Emperor, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi had all appeared. Could it be that there were still people who had not come up? Impossible. Who could obtain more fate value than the Emperor God? Unless someone had deliberately stayed at the top of the stairs and waited until the end to attract attention. In history, there had been people like that. However, everyone couldn't help but be curious as they stared at it. Bang! A slight vibration could be heard. There was really someone there. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others lit up. If there were still people, it meant that there was still hope. Bang! Bang! The sound of vibration kept coming. It was very soft at first, but slowly, it became louder and clearer. In the end, it was as if there was an earthquake, and there was a violent roar. Each explosion was like a mountain crashing into the ground. Finally, a handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light. Lu Ming, it's him. It's him. He's the last one. How is this possible? I guess he's just pretending to be the last one. He didn't get much fate value, so it's impossible for him to get more than the Emperor God. That's for sure. It's already not bad that he can transform his fate into a dragon. A wave of discussion spread out in the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was trembling and he was panting heavily. Nest, why is it so heavy? This is too heavy. Lu Ming kept cursing in his heart. He felt that he was carrying hundreds of mountains on his back while climbing the stairs. He was exhausted. He was envious of others who were as light as swallows. Bang! Finally, he took a step into the fighting ring and the entire fighting ring rumbled violently. When Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring, all the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the Book of Destiny appeared and crumbled. A dragon of destiny appeared above Lu Ming's head. Roar! A dragon's roar rumbled as a mighty true dragon spiraled up in the air. More importantly, this true dragon was 800 feet long. Yes, 800 feet. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the young man on the fighting ring and the true dragon that was 800 feet long. 800 feet, how was this possible? How could Lu Ming have such terrifying luck? Even Yan Kuangtu, Nine Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the supreme martial artists of the other major forces were stunned. 800 feet? How is that possible? Lu Ming, this little bastard, how could he have such a high amount of luck? How is this possible? The patriarch of the Wang clan was the first to cry out in disbelief. He was a supreme martial artist of his generation. He had always been calm and composed. No matter what major event he faced, his expression would not change. However, this matter was simply too shocking. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could it be that he's already become so powerful in the battle of karmic luck? The amount of fate energy I obtained is 800 feet. The master of the Jiang family was also shocked. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, good job. I knew that this kid could do it. Yan Kuangtu laughed after being stunned for a while. The eyes of the 9 Sons Paragon also lit up with joy. As for Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the other higher-ups of the Talisman Amulet sect, they were even more surprised. This was beyond their expectations. Although they had offered Lu Ming the first place in the Battle of Providence, they knew very well that the offer was too high. They had deliberately raised the offer to put pressure on Lu Ming. In their hearts, it was fine as long as Lu Ming could get into the top 10. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really come in first. Even though there was still a battle for Providence later. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the focus of the audience. Everyone's eyes were on him. Roar! Above his head, the 800-foot true dragon of fate roared and looked down at the other dragons of fate, flood dragons of fate, and giant pythons. Even the Emperor God's true dragon of fortune was much shorter than Lu Ming's. Humph, we only managed to attract the enemy's experts in the end, and then attack them with a treasure. That's all. All this luck will eventually belong to me. I'll make you spit it all out. The Emperor God said coldly. That's right. You're a guy who hides in the dark and takes advantage of others. You only rely on treasures to catch them off guard. If you rely on your real abilities, can you obtain so many luck points? Demonic Lord Luo Tian also sneered and spoke with disdain. They all thought that Lu Ming had so many luck points because he had obtained the totem pole in the end. The last totem pillar was the last one and the most crucial one. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of fate value. 8 battlefields. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that although the last totem pillar had a lot of luck, it wasn't too much. The last totem pillar gave him about 200,000 points of luck, which was the same as the one on the Sky Poison Island. The reason he had around 800,000 fate points was because he had killed more than a dozen of the Bloodblade Continent's Heaven's favorites. Among the geniuses of the Bloodblade Continent, there were 2 who were equivalent to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each of them contributed more than 100,000 fate points. In addition to the others in the previous ones, Lu Ming had 800,000 fate points. However, Di Shen, Luo Tian, Wang Fenchen, and the others did not know that. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely reward Lu Ming with a huge amount of luck value, which was why Lu Ming had such a huge amount of luck value. The others in the surroundings came to a sudden realization. I see. I was wondering how Lu Ming, this little bastard, could have obtained so much luck. It turns out that he took advantage of the situation and used despicable means to obtain it. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. What's the use of getting it like this? He won't be able to hold on to it in the battle of karmic luck. Countless people will be watching him, and his karmic luck will still be stolen. The patriarch of the Jiang family sneered. As expected, many pairs of eyes on the fighting ring were staring at Lu Ming with a burning desire. The top 10, 20, and even 30 on the list of top 1,000 talents, as well as the newly risen talents and the talents of the heavenly Demon Valley, were all looking at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It was as if Lu Ming was a big piece of fat meat that everyone could not wait to take a bite of. 800,000 points of luck. As long as he defeated or even killed Lu Ming, how many points of luck would he get? Their hearts were beating fast. The Divine Emperor, AO2, and the others also had a lot of luck, but none of them dared to have any ideas. Wasn't it courting death to have designs on the Emperor God and the others? However, Lu Ming had only obtained so much luck value by relying on luck and treasures. If that was not a fat piece of meat, what was it? Only a few of them had serious looks on their faces. For example, Brother Litian and Nangong Bo. They had all fought with Lu Ming before and knew how powerful he was. This was especially true for Nangong Bo. Even he was defeated by Lu Ming. After that, it had been nearly half a year. Lu Ming must have become stronger. This piece of fat meat might not be delicious. However, he did not spread the news that Nangong Bo had lost to Lu Ming back then. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, only a few people knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, except for those from the Talisman Amulet sect. Many people from the Talisman sect sneered. They had seen Lu Ming's powerful combat strength. He had easily killed a few of the Bloodblade Continent's geniuses who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming was not a piece of fat meat, but a knife that could kill. She wondered what kind of expressions they would have when they saw Lu Ming's combat ability later on. Many Talisman sect disciples revealed looks of anticipation. However, they still had some worries. Although Lu Ming was strong, he would be in great danger if he were to fight against Di Shen, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi. After Lu Ming stepped on it, there was no one else behind him. The people who were qualified to participate in the battle for Providence had also come out. There were about 1,000 people who could turn into pythons. There were about 300 people who had the fate to turn into flood dragons. There were only about 60 people whose fate had transformed into a dragon. The 60 people included the sovereigns of the Sky Demon Valley and the newly rising ones. Therefore, only the top 30 or so on the list of top 1,000 talents could reach this level. Of course, there were exceptions. Some of the lower-ranked ones managed to reach it, while some of the top 30 didn't. Buzz. At this moment, the fighting ring shook slightly and glowed. The battle platform is about to turn into a battlefield. Let's go to the stands first. Someone shouted and flew towards the surrounding stands. The paragons on the fighting ring flashed and flew to the other fighting rings, landing in their respective areas. In an instant, there was not a single person left on the fighting ring. Buzz. The fighting ring glowed, and suddenly 8 bubble-like semicircular light shields emerged, dividing the entire fighting ring into 8 parts. Within the light barrier, mountains and rivers slowly appeared, as if it was evolevering into a world. This was something that everyone was already clear about. In a moment, the fighting ring would be divided into 8 different areas, forming 8 battlefields. All the young men who had the luck of turning into a python or above would be automatically divided into 8 groups and enter 8 battlefields to compete. As long as one defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain 50% of the opponent's fate. The defeated person would be eliminated and teleported out. In the end, they would be able to retain 50% of their fate. And once they killed their opponent, they would be able to obtain all of the other party's luck. However, the opponent could also admit defeat, but once he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his fate, and only 10% could be kept. It could be said that those who were weak were destined to have their luck stolen by those who were stronger. But it wasn't completely without life. The battle for Providence would last for an hour. As long as one could last for an hour, they would be able to keep all of their Providence after the battle for Providence ended. In the end, only the person with the strongest fate energy in each battlefield could advance. In the final 8 battlefields, the 8 people with the strongest fate would fight for the other side's fate. That was why so many people were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a piece of fat meat. Everyone watched quietly. It would take some time for the battlefield to evolve. At this time, Lu Ming quietly came to Bai Shijin's side. "Senior White, this junior has a matter that I would like to ask for your help with." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Shijin also sent a message to Lu Ming. In the Battle of Providence, I obtained a treasure called the Mountain and River Diagram, the elder said. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. After he finished speaking, the mountain and river painting scroll appeared in his hands and he handed it to Bai Shijin. There's actually such a wonderful treasure. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it for you. It won't take much time, he said. Bai Shijin took the mountain and river diagram and retreated silently. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation vortex and left this place without anyone noticing. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the fighting ring below. Time slowly passed. A few minutes later, the area covered by the 8 light shields was completed, forming 8 worlds. 8 different worlds. There were mountains and forests, deserts, rocks, swamps. Each of the 8 light shields had a diameter of about 10 miles. Therefore, from the outside, the mountains and forests were very small, as if they were mini. However, many people knew that this was a battlefield that spanned 100,000 li. Each battlefield was 100,000 miles wide. Buzz! The light barrier glowed as the battlefield was completed. On the light barrier of each battlefield, a number appeared. They were 1, 2, 3. All the way up to 8, representing 8 battlefields. At that moment, beams of light shot out from the 8 battlefields and landed on the young people who were going to participate in the battle for Providence. Then, a number appeared above everyone's head. Lu Ming is fat meat. A number appeared above everyone's head, representing which battlefield they were going to enter. The number 8 appeared above Lu Ming's head, which meant that Lu Ming was going to enter the 8th battlefield. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he noticed that some of the Talisman Amulet sect disciples also had 8 characters. Bai Qixue was also number 8. Fatty was number 2, Huan Tingting was number 3, and Huan Zhen was number 4. Huh, Lu Ming, you're actually at number 8 too. And that chick. Suddenly, an excited laugh was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and realized that it was Luo Tian who was laughing. Number 8 also appeared above his head. He looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with a burning gaze. Other than that, many other talents who had been assigned to number 8 were also looking at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with burning eyes. Fuck, Luo Tian's luck is unbelievable. He's actually assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming and that chick. These 2 people are clearly fat meat and are giving away their luck. That's right. Luo Tian is so lucky. The point is, there are no experts on the 8th battlefield. Look, the Divine Emperor and the others are not on the 8th battlefield. In the 8th battlefield, only one genius from the Sky Demon Valley can compete with Luo Tian. There are no other strong masters. Luo Tian is so lucky. I'm so envious. All the paragons in the surroundings revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced around and realized that Di Shun was assigned number 1, AO2 was number 7, Blood Sword number 1 and 3, Wang Fenshen was number 2. Those who were stronger than Luo Tian were not even on the 8th battlefield. At that moment, Luo Tian was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky. Luck, he was too lucky. Not only was he assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming, but the more powerful paragons were not assigned to the 8th battlefield. His luck was simply heaven-defying. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold, murderous look and a burning greed. Another genius of the Sky Demon Valley was just as excited as Luo Tian. He was also a peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley. His reputation was no less than Luo Tian's, and he was also an extremely terrifying existence. At that moment, he was as excited as Luo Tian. Di Shen, Xue Jianyi, and the others snorted coldly and looked regretful that they had missed Lu Ming. In their opinion, Lu Ming's luck was destined to be snatched away. Du Songjue and the rest had solemn expressions. Lu Ming, Qi Shui, the next match will last for an hour. Try to stall for time. If the situation turns bad, admit defeat immediately, understand? You two will definitely be targeted. Du Songjue seriously warned. Senior Du, don't worry. I know what to do. But Bai. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Bai Qishue. He saw Bai Qishue staring at him with her eyes wide open. Bai. That, Qi Shui, when we enter the battlefield later, find a place to inscribe a defensive formation with all your strength. I will come to find you. If you can't win, admit defeat as soon as possible. Lu Ming said. You'll come and find me, right? Bai Qishue stared at Lu Ming and asked. That. Yes, I am. Lu Ming was speechless as he touched his nose. Hee, then I'll definitely persevere until you come to find me. Bai Qishue laughed happily. Lu Ming was even more speechless. Around him, Yan Kuangtu, Du Songjue, and the rest revealed an "I see" expression and an inexplicable smile. Rukong, you'll be on the same battlefield as the Emperor God. If you encounter the Emperor God, admit defeat immediately, understand? Du Songjue looked at Ru Kong and instructed. Ru Kong was Du Songjue's disciple. This disciple knows. Ru Kong nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there were fluctuations in the space. Lu Ming and the others felt a force pulling them over to the 8 battlefields. Lu Ming and Bai Qishue flew toward the light shield on the 8th battlefield. As they neared the light shield, their bodies began to shrink in a strange manner. In the end, they entered the light shield and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a barren mountain with stone walls. The 8th battlefield was filled with barren mountains and stone walls. It was completely desolate without a single blade of grass or tree. There were stone walls and rocks everywhere. I've heard that everything in this battlefield is extremely hard. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming threw a punch at a huge rock. Boom! Only a corner of the giant rock had been broken. The rest of it was intact. It's so hard. Although I didn't use my full strength, that punch would have shattered a few mountains if it was outside. But here, it could only break a corner of a huge rock. Lu Ming secretly sighed. In this place, one could unleash their full combat strength. Let's go find Qi Shui. With a single step, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the horizon. Although the battlefield was 100,000 miles wide, it wasn't big for the geniuses who were participating in the battle for Providence. An hour was enough for them to make many trips. The weakest Heaven's Pride expert who could transform his fate into a python was at Qin Qingshan's level. After such a long time, Qin Qingshan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It could be said that the weakest of the participants this time was at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm was extremely fast. It really didn't take much time to cross a distance of 100,000 li. Outside the battlefield, everyone was also watching with wide eyes. From the outside, the 100,000 li territory had shrunk to 10,000 times smaller. If a person were to be placed inside, he would almost not be able to see them. However, at the spiritual god realm or even the supreme being realm, their eyesight was extremely terrifying. In their eyes, they could still clearly see the movements of everyone inside the light shield. Not good. There's an expert heading towards Scarlet Snow. An elder of the Talisman sect called out worriedly. At the moment, Bai Qishue was in a stone forest, inscribing inscriptions and setting up formations to defend. I hope that Qi Shui can't hold on and quickly admit defeat. Du Songjue was a little worried. Just now, they knew that Bai Qixue had gotten the inheritance of a king. They were so excited. Bai Qixue's value in their hearts had increased. Nothing could happen to him. Even though he had lost 90% of his luck, he could not let anything happen to Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue's cultivation of the way of inscription had improved a lot since she got the inheritance of the king. She waved her fingers and countless inscriptions went into the forest. In just a few minutes, he had no idea how many inscriptions were engraved. Ha ha ha, it's the girl from the Talisman sect. I'm so lucky. With a loud laugh, a paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared. A 15-meter-long dragon of luck appeared above the head of this sovereign of the Sky Corpse sect. He stared at the 100-meter-long dragon of luck above Bai Qixue's head with burning eyes, as if he wanted to swallow her up. This girl is mine. A cold voice was heard. The sky trembled and another figure appeared. It was a young man with cold eyes and a towering demonic chi. Above his head, there was also a fate dragon that was 60 feet long. Humph, if you want this little girl's luck, then you'll have to see your ability. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect said coldly. Chapter 960 Killing with One Move. In their eyes, Bai Qixue was just a fish on the chopping board, which could be killed at any time. Their opponent was him. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with this little girl. The paragon of the Sky Demon Valley burst out with a shocking killing intent. In a flash, he pounced on the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect. You're looking for death. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect also shouted coldly, and the two of them began to fight. Bai Qixue was stunned for a second, then she seized the chance to quickly inscribe the formation. She had already inscribed countless formations. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a golden spear light came from the other side, and its target was Bai Qixue. This was a heaven's favorite of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and his eyes flashed with pride. In his opinion, the two people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley were really stupid. They actually started fighting among themselves, which just happened to benefit him. He wanted to kill Bai Qixue and get 100,000 points of luck from her. This is terrible. There are other people. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley cried out in alarm. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rise! At this moment, Bai Qixue shouted and took a few steps forward. A formation appeared and a huge ancient shield appeared in front of her. Bang! The spearlight struck the shield with a loud boom, but the shield did not break. It only trembled. What a tough shield! The golden-robed young man appeared, his eyes cold. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! All of a sudden, he thrust the spear in his hand 16 times in a row. 16 spear lights pierced through the void and went toward Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue shouted and moved her fingers. Another formation of inscriptions appeared. This time, more than a dozen formations glowed at the same time. More than a dozen ancient shields appeared, blocking Bai Qixue's attacks from all directions. At the same time, there was also a light barrier that enveloped her. From the very beginning, Bai Qixue's formations were all defensive formations. Her purpose was to defend. As long as they could defend, they would wait for Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would definitely arrive in time. Clang! 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 More than a dozen spearlights stabbed into the ancient shield, but the shield only shook for a moment and blocked all of them. It couldn't be broken. The golden-robed young man's face darkened. He looked at the Sky Demon Valley in the Heavenly Corpse sect's elites and said, "Everyone, this girl is quite capable. She has set up a defensive formation with all her might. It will not be easy for any of us to break through it. If we waste too much time, we will be found by others or Demon Lord Luo Tian. Then, we will not have a share. Oh? You want to join hands? The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect said. That's right. Let's work together to break this little girl's defensive array. Then, we'll see who has the ability to kill her or make her admit defeat. The golden-robed youth said. Alright, let's do it this way. Let's attack together. The sovereign of the Sky Demon Valley said. The three sides reached an agreement and attacked at the same time. Suddenly, Bai Qishue's defense started to shake. In the outside world, Du Songjue and the others revealed worried expressions. Qi Shue's defensive formation is quite mysterious. It should be related to the inheritance she received. However, she won't be able to hold on for long with three heaven's favorites working together. I hope that when she can't hold on any longer, she'll quickly admit defeat. A few elders were discussing. Not good, Lu Ming is going to meet an expert. One of the elders suddenly called out. The others quickly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming flew at high speed and had already flown tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! All of a sudden, a terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming from the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he stopped abruptly, avoiding the saber light. A young man carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of Lu Ming. Huh, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. You're the first one I've met. Lu Ming, your luck points are mine. The saber-carrying youth's eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. He really did not expect that he would be the first to meet Lu Ming. There weren't many top-tier experts in the 8th battlefield, but there were many experts of a lower tier. Many of them were in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He, Luo Dao, was ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. In his opinion, he was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. After killing Lu Ming and obtaining his luck, he would then find a place to hide. After an hour, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of luck. Luck. Get lost. Lu Ming strode forward. Die. The Luo Dao was unsheathed. The dazzling saber radiance seemed to be able to split the world apart as it slashed at Lu Ming. On the grandstand, Du Songjue and the rest could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. Could Lu Ming block this knife? Not only the Talisman Amulet sect, but the experts from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley were also watching Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you little bastard. If you don't admit defeat, you'll be dead. Luo Dao is a rare genius among the Emperor Heaven's forbidden guards. The master of the Wang family sneered, but before he could speak, he froze. That was because Luo Dao was already dead. Lu Ming did not stop. He thrust his spear forward. A spear ray that was 10 times more dazzling than Luo Dao's saber ray pierced through the void and destroyed his saber ray, piercing through Luo Dao's throat. Luo Dao's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and unwillingness. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could kill him with one shot? At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Did Lu Ming really rely on luck to obtain so many luck points? That was the last thought in his mind. Roar! Once Luo Dao died, the Dragon of Destiny above Lu Ming's head swallowed Luo Dao's Dragon of Destiny in one gulp. Lu Ming's Dragon of Destiny grew another 6 feet. The crowd around the grandstand fell silent, and the patriarch of the Wang clan was extremely embarrassed. Du Songjue and the others revealed expressions of joy. It seems like Lu Ming isn't completely useless to be able to obtain an 800-foot fate dragon. He does have some ability. An old man from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace spoke. Luo Dao is only ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many others who are stronger than him. He's the target of public criticism. Even if he's capable, he still has to die. The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. On the battlefield, Lu Ming kept Luo Dao's storage ring and was about to continue flying forward when he heard a sonic boom in front of him. Another young man appeared and blocked Lu Ming's path. This young man was covered in corpse qi, and his eyes were fierce. Shi Ming, the 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Someone shouted. Let's see how Lu Ming dies this time. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed. Some people from the Heavenly Corpse sect also smiled. If Shi Ming could obtain Lu Ming's immense luck, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Corpse sect. You killed Luo Dao? Looks like you have some combat power, but you're dead for sure now that you've encountered me. Shi Ming sneered. Above his head, a 99-foot-long flood dragon was circling. He was just a little bit away from reaching the stage where his fate could transform into a dragon. You're looking for death. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode forward and threw a punch. You're the one who's going to die. Ming Shi waved his hand and a refined corpse pounced at Lu Ming, throwing a punch as well. Bang! The refined corpse and Lu Ming's fist collided. What happened next shocked Shi Ming. His refined corpse was torn into pieces, but Lu Ming's fist did not stop. Instead, it became even faster as it continued to bombard Shi Ming. I want your luck. Go, go. Ming Shi roared and controlled the two refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the two refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming's fists suddenly sped up, exploding with a terrifying pressure that locked Shi Ming in place. Shi Ming's eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. No, how can he be so strong? I'm going to block it. The corpse qi from his body soared to the sky. He exploded with all his strength and slapped at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying, but in front of Lu Ming, it was like paper. It shattered with a loud bang, and the terrifying fist force directly penetrated his body. At this moment it was already too late even if he wanted to cry out and admit defeat. Bang! His body was torn into pieces. The 99-foot flood dragon was swallowed by Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence. Lu Ming's Fate Dragon had grown by nearly 100 feet, reaching a height of nearly 960 feet. He was only a few meters away from 1,000 feet. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his palm, devouring Luo Dao's and Shi Ming's blood essence and true yuan. Then, his figure flickered and he flew forward. He looked around for Bai Qixue. On the grandstand, regardless of whether it was the people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect, all of them had very gloomy expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He had easily killed the 30th genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? It was a pity that they could only watch. The battlefield was isolated and they could not sense Lu Ming's specific cultivation. This little bastard, could it be that Wang Yan and Wang Chen died at his hands? The master of the Wang family growled. His hatred for Lu Ming was wild. However, Martial Emperor De was expressionless and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, Nine Sun's Supreme Master, and the others all smiled. As long as Lu Ming finds Qi Shui and finds a place to hide, he will be safe. An elder of the Talisman sect said. That's right. However, Lu Ming has so much luck now. Even if it is not seized by others, I'm afraid that no one in the 8th battlefield has more than him. By then, he will still have to participate in the battle between the last 8 people. The other person was a little worried and said with a heavy expression. Thinking of this, the others' faces sank. Without strength, it would be very difficult to preserve one's luck in this selection step by step. While Lu Ming was flying, Luo Tian was also flying at full speed. A peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley was also flying at full speed. They had to find Lu Ming as soon as possible, kill him, and take his luck value. They did not have much time. They only had 1 hour. If Lu Ming dodged them for an hour, they would not have a share of Lu Ming's immense luck. Damn you, Lu Ming! Where are you? Luo Tian growled. Suddenly, he saw a few people in front of him and immediately rushed over. Not good, it's Luo Tian, run. When the few of them saw Luo Tian, they fled frantically. Die! Luo Tian's expression was ferocious. His demonic qi surged and he slashed out with his black demonic blade. 2 people were instantly killed by him. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The last person shouted crazily. As the man shouted, a beam of light enveloped him. Luo Tian's blade could not cut in. The dragon of fate above his head devoured the fate of the 2 people who had been killed. The person who had admitted defeat had 90% of his fate devoured. He was then teleported out and landed on the stands. The fate dragon above Luo Tian's head had grown more than 200 feet. That's too little. I still have to find Lu Ming. That chick from the Talisman Amulet sect is not bad either. Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he continued to fly. At this moment, Bai Qixue was struggling to defend. Around her, the shield kept shaking, as if it could not hold on for much longer. Keep it up. This chick can't hold on much longer. The golden-robed youth laughed. Among the 3 of them, the golden-robed young man was a new talent, but his strength was comparable to the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was already a miracle that Bai Qixue could last for so long when the 3 of them joined forces. Lu Ming is almost there. In the stands, the eyes of Du Songjue and the others lit up. They were outside, looking down from above and could see the whole picture. At that moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing toward Bai Qixue. Not good. Luo Tian is also rushing over there. One of the elders shouted. Their faces turned extremely ugly, and they clenched their fists. Ha ha ha. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang clan's clan head, Jiang clan's clan head, and the others laughed loudly. Lu Ming is destined to die at the hands of the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed the most heartily. Whoosh! Lu Ming traveled 100 miles in an instant. He crossed countless deserts and stone walls under him. On the way, they encountered other geniuses, but Lu Ming was too fast. He flashed past them. Those geniuses with low cultivation did not dare to block Lu Ming's way at all when they saw his terrifying power. They fled one after another. Lu Ming was not in the mood to snatch the light from providence from these people. There's a battle ahead, that's Qi Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai Qixue being besieged by 3 young men. Boom! 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 His speed became even faster, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The golden-robed young man and the other 2 heard the terrifying sonic boom and were shocked. They stopped and looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The 3 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The 3 of them stood side by side with a serious look in their eyes. Although many people wanted to kill Lu Ming and take his luck value, they were all top-ranked geniuses. As for the few of them, although their cultivation was not weak, they were not confident in facing Lu Ming. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. They were only on par with the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They did not dare to look down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared above Bai Qixue's head. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qixue said with a smile. Looks like I'm not too late. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. At this moment, the golden-robed young man and the other two were discussing in secret. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to take a gamble? The gold-robed youth sent mentally. Gamble? Fools, can't you see that Lu Ming's fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet longer? In just a short while, the fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet. There must be experts stronger than us who have died in Lu Ming's hands. The paragon from the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered as he slowly backed away. Hearing this, the golden-robed young man and the Sky Demon Valley's sovereign's faces changed. Only then did they notice the changes in Lu Ming's fate dragon. You guys want to leave? Did I let you go? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the golden-robed young man and the other two. The expressions of the three changed drastically. Lu Ming, what do you want? The gold-robed youth gritted his teeth. Of course I want your luck. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. Chapter 962 Fighting the Demon Lord Again. Lu Ming, don't go too far. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to fight you. The golden-robed youth called out. Oh, really? If you think you can fight me, then make your move. Lu Ming took a step forward, a faint look of disdain on his face. Huh, Lu Ming, you're very arrogant. Why are you so arrogant in front of a few good-for-nothings? At this moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a blade light cut through the void and came at an extreme speed. Whoosh! The blade light disappeared, and a black-robed man appeared in the air. Demonic chi filled the sky. It was demonic Lord Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Huh, Lu Ming is done for this time. The golden-robed young man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. He had wanted to run away, but now, he stopped. He sneered at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now that the demon lord has descended, let's see how you die. The golden-robed young man was also a proud son of heaven among the imperial guards and was familiar with Luo Tian. The two sovereigns of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley slowly retreated to a place they thought was safe and watched from a distance. Lu Ming, did you kill my brother, Luo Li? Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming coldly and asked. That's right. He's courting death, so I can only fulfill his wish. If you're courting death, I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You're so arrogant. It's useless to rely on your mouth. If we weren't on the Sky Poison Island, I could have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Luo Tian said. Back when they were on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. Although Lu Ming was not weak, he was far inferior to him and could be easily killed by him. Moreover, he had made some progress during this period of time. The luck of the two of you will be mine. Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with a burning gaze. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue's combined luck was over 1,000,000. Once he got it, he would have a true dragon of luck that was more than 100 feet long. Since ancient times, how many people could have a true dragon's luck that exceeded 1,000 feet? Only those emperors who participated in the Battle of Providence when they were young could achieve this, right? Luo Tian's heart was burning. Buzz! The demonic blade was unsheathed and the blade light broke through the sky. A terrifying blade light was slashed at Lu Ming. This attack was very sudden. Luo Tian had just finished speaking when he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move and not give him a chance to admit defeat. Lu Ming's mouth twitched and he struck out his palm at Luo Tian's saber light. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm directly slashed at Luo Tian's saber light. Was he that confident? The Talisman sect's people couldn't help but feel nervous. Could Lu Ming block it? This was a strike from demonic Lord Luo Tian, the 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How terrifying was that? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had ferocious looks on their faces. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Lu Ming being cut into two by the saber. Boom! Lu Ming's palm finally collided with the saber light. Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Ming's palm slashed and the blade light shattered like fragile glass. You dare to launch a sneak attack with just this bit of power? Lu Ming sneered. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength in the attack just now, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming with one attack. The power of the attack was not weak. It contained half of his strength. It was actually shattered by Lu Ming's palm. It seems that you have made great progress during this period of time. However, you still have to die. I only used 50% of my strength in that strike just now. Luo Tian said coldly. Oh? 50% of his power? I'm sorry, I only used 10% of my power in that palm strike. Lu Ming smiled coldly. 10% of my power? Ha ha ha, you're so full of yourself and lying through your teeth. Die. Demonic qi surged from Luo Tian's body. A violent aura burst out. The terrifying saber power filled the entire area. Not far away, the golden-robed young man's face was filled with horror as he retreated. Is this the strength of the demonic Lord Luo Tian? It's too scary. The gold-robed youth was shocked. He felt that Luo Tian could kill him with a casual move. The difference in strength was too great. The peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. When he was on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian's cultivation should have just broken through to the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Buzz! The demonic blade was 1,000 meters long and it slashed violently at Lu Ming. The space twisted and trembled violently under the blade, as if it was being cut open at will. A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy, and dense scales appeared all over his body. He stomped his feet and his body shot forward like a cannonball, striking out with his palm. Lu Ming was already at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, so he was extremely powerful. With the addition of dragon energy, the space was completely distorted when his palm struck. Boom! The demonic blade crushed and Lu Ming's palm continued to push forward. Luo Tian's expression changed. He had used almost 80% of his strength in this move, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. How was this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming was right when he said that he had only used 10% of his strength? Impossible? Luo Tian denied it in his heart. When they were on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by him. He only managed to escape by taking advantage of the Sky Poison Island's environment. He refused to believe that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his in just a few months. This was a huge blow to him. Blood Transformation Devil's Blade. Die! Luo Tian shouted as he slashed out with his demonic blade. However, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. Surrounded by the four-colored concept, he charged forward and struck out with his palm. Bang! 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 Luo Tian's blade light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. This was a completely one-sided battle. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's concepts of heaven and earth were at the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 3. As for the earth mentality, it was about to reach the peak of level 3 upper tier. How terrifying was the power of the fusion of 4 intents? It could probably compete with a 4th level concept. Luo Tian's intent realm was only at the completion of level 3 and had not reached level 4. In terms of artistic conception, Lu Ming could crush Luo Tian. Boom! 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 After more than 10 moves, Luo Tian's saber light was continuously shattered, and he retreated quickly. In the stands, many people widened their eyes in shock. Impossible! The masters of the Wang and Jiang families growled in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually so terrifying. How was this possible? Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, 9-Sun Supreme Master, and the others were also surprised, but they were more delighted. Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded their expectations. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they were. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be in the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Ultimate Son, you have a good eye. Du Songjue stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ming, you've exceeded my expectations too. Supreme Master Jiuyang also smiled. Chapter 963 Killing Luo Tian. The battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian had already turned into a white-hot one. Luo Tian was completely at a disadvantage. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Luo Tian's shoulder. One of his arms almost exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it! Luo Tian roared, and a demon god appeared above his head. This demon god had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of its arms was holding a huge saber. 6 golden chakras were shining. Luo Tian's third bloodline was a 6th-level divine bloodline, which was comparable to the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. His talent was extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more streams of dragon power burst out from Lu Ming's body. He appeared above Luo Tian's head in an instant and stomped down on him. A terrifying power surged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was about to perform the blood meridian fusion, but he did not expect Lu Ming to be so fast. He appeared above his head in an instant and exploded with a terrifying blow, interrupting his blood meridian fusion. He could only block it with his saber. But dash! Bang! The saber light that he slashed out shattered under Lu Ming's feet. A huge and terrifying force pressed down on him, almost crushing him to the ground. Kacha! His bones cracked as if they were about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Do you want me to admit defeat? No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat to Lu Ming? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Luo Tian's mind. However, this thought decided his life's fate. Buzz! Sharp and long nails emerged from Lu Ming's claws. Like dragon claws, he suddenly clawed at Luo Tian. All of Luo Tian's attacks and defenses were shattered in Lu Ming's hands. His dragon-like claws pierced into Luo Tian's chest. No. I'll admit. At that moment, Luo Tian howled madly and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming's energy exploded and Luo Tian's heart exploded. Luo Tian's scream came to an abrupt end. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could feel the vitality in his body draining away rapidly. Endless fear enveloped him. Was he going to die in Lu Ming's hands? How did this happen? In the next moment, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. His life force had been extinguished. Impossible. You're courting death. The master of the Wang family roared. Luo Tian. Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. An old man beside the Wang clan's clan master roared angrily, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He was also a supreme being, the supreme being of Di Tian's imperial guards. He was Luo Tian's master. He could not accept the fact that Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian had unparalleled talent, and his third bloodline was at the 6th level of the divine level. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. There was even a very high possibility that he would be able to break through to the supreme level. This was a future supreme being, but he had died just like that. This was an incomparably huge loss. How many supremes were there in the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? This generation had reached a golden age, where geniuses gathered and experts were as common as clouds. In the past, Luo Tian's talent would have been enough to suppress an era. Just like those supreme martial artists of today. When they were young, they were almost unrivaled. They pushed through their opponents and became supreme martial artists. It was rare for an era to have a few supremes. However, it was different in this era. Luo Tian could only rank 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Huh, well done. Yan Kuangtu laughed out loud, drawing the gazes of those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that were filled with killing intent. However, Yan Kuangtu ignored him. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face was still calm, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he did not care about the death of Luo Tian. This Lu Ming is interesting. A charming voice came from the Sky Demon Valley. This voice was soft and sweet, making people feel numb all over. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor. When many young people heard this voice, they felt their bodies heat up and their hearts beat faster. Even the woman was no exception. Her voice was like that of a demon king, full of infinite charm. It's a little interesting. The Corpse Emperor opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Many people wanted to vomit blood when they heard his voice, which was the complete opposite of the Demon Emperor's voice. Some of the young people quickly circulated their martial arts to stabilize themselves. On the battlefield, Lu Ming's palm erupted with devouring power, devouring Luo Tian into a dried corpse. Boom! 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 Luo Tian's blood essence and quintessential essence were both very strong. Even his bloodline was being refined rapidly. Roar! The Fate Dragon above Lu Ming's head devoured Luo Tian's Fate Dragon. Instantly, Lu Ming's Fate Dragon grew by 200 feet, reaching 117 feet, close to 120 feet. At that moment, the color of Lu Ming's Fate Dragon changed. Originally, the Fate Dragon was purple, but now, it had turned purple gold. Not far away, the golden-robed young man and the paragons of the Sky Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley were staring with their eyes wide open. Luo Tian is dead. Luo Tian was killed by Lu Ming. How did this happen? The golden-robed young man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Luo Tian, who was almost invincible in his eyes, was actually killed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. Run, quickly run. The gold-robed young man was almost scared to death. At the thought of joining forces to deal with Lu Ming just now, he was so scared that he was trembling all over. Lu Ming could probably kill them easily and they would not even have the chance to fight back. In the distance, the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Did I let you go? Lu Ming glared at them coldly and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and his figure was like a stream of light, approaching the golden-robed young man in an instant. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The gold-robed youth screamed. Instantly, a pillar of light enveloped him. Above Lu Ming's head, the purple-gold Fate Dragon devoured 90% of the golden-robed young man's Fate Dragon. Then, the golden-robed young man's body trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming's footsteps did not stop. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and he would catch up with the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect in a short while. The two of them were horrified and also shouted that they admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming devoured 90% of their light from Providence and teleported them out. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qixue came to Lu Ming's side with a smile on her face. Let's go, we'll go seize the fate. Lu Ming smiled and turned to walk forward with Bai Qixue by his side. On the grandstand, the Talisman Amulet sect members all revealed relaxed smiles. In the 8th battlefield, even Luo Tian had been killed by Lu Ming. There was no one else who could threaten Lu Ming. The most powerful demon clan genius was only on par with Luo Tian. There were a few other geniuses who could transform their fate into dragons, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could be said to be fearless. As for Bai Qixue, with Lu Ming's protection, she would definitely be able to hold on until the end and keep her 100,000 points of luck. Fatty's terrifying bloodline. As for Lu Ming, there was no doubt that he would win first place in the 8th battlefield. Now, he already had a fate dragon that was more than 1,200 feet long. In the 8th battlefield, unless everyone else's fate was added together, they would not be able to compare to Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming went on a rampage. Those who ran into Lu Ming were killed by him immediately when they tried to attack him. Some of them even shouted that they admitted defeat. Half an hour later, Lu Ming was accompanied by more than 10 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. Lu Ming wanted to bring them to the end. Not good. Wukong is in danger. He's going to encounter an emperor god. In the stands, an elder suddenly shouted. There was no longer any suspense on the 8th battlefield. Everyone's eyes turned to the other battlefields. Everyone from the Talisman sect turned to look at the first battlefield. The Talisman Amulet sect's paragons were all in the first battlefield. Everyone could see that Wukong was hurrying on his way. The fate dragon above his head had reached a height of about 200 feet. On the other side, the Emperor God was flying toward Wukong at a terrifying speed, but Wukong didn't seem to notice him. If this continued, the two of them would soon bump into each other. The Talisman sect's people were on tenterhooks. Sure enough, in just a dozen breaths, the two of them met. Wukong turned around upon hearing the commotion, and his eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, Wukong was about to admit defeat. Die. At the same time, the Emperor God made his move. A ray of sword light was incredibly fast. It seemed to penetrate layers of space in an instant and cut Wukong's body almost instantly. I admit defeat. Before Wukong could finish his sentence, he was torn into pieces by the sword light. Fast, too fast, so fast that even the air could not react. Wukong. Du Songjue roared in grief. Why would I? The other patriarchs and elders of the Talisman Amulet sect looked dejected. Wukong, an expert of the Talisman sect who was second only to Huanzhen and ranked 15th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. He was almost defenseless in the hands of the God Emperor. The fighting power of an Emperor God was unfathomable. After the Emperor God killed Wukong and devoured the Fate Dragon, he did not stop. He turned into a golden light and flew away. Ha ha ha. Good kill. All of your Talisman sect's paragons will be exterminated. Although Lu Ming is safe now, he will still die if he encounters the Emperor God in the future. In the area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, mocking laughter rang out. Du Songjue and the rest clenched their fists tightly. The Talisman Amulet sect originally had 13 Zongzis. 7 of them had already fallen, and now, 1 more had fallen, leaving only 5. Then, they turned their attention to Wen Jisher and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good either. They met an undefeatable expert, but fortunately, they weren't killed in one strike and all admitted defeat. As time passed, some people were killed, but more and more people were either defeated or sent out of the battlefield. On the grandstand, more and more people appeared. Many of them sighed. After admitting defeat, there was not much luck left. Ruan Tingting also appeared in the stands. When she met a strong opponent, she immediately admitted defeat. Meanwhile, in the 8 battlefields, the fighting was getting more and more intense. Lu Ming was almost invincible in the 8th battlefield. Behind him, several experts who had transformed their providence into a dragon ran into Lu Ming. However, when they saw Lu Ming's true dragon of providence that was hundreds of feet long, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to run. They were not fools. Lu Ming had survived until now, and his fate dragon had grown by a few hundred feet. Needless to say, those who were plotting against Lu Ming had given their fate to him. What were they waiting for if not to run? However, with Lu Ming's speed, how could they escape? In the end, they all admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming's true dragon of providence was close to a terrifying height of 1,500 feet. It circled in the sky and could be seen from afar. Those who saw it from afar had a drastic change in their expressions and turned to run. Even the genius of the Sky Demon Valley, who was as famous as Luo Tian, ran faster than anyone else. This made Lu Ming a little depressed. The distance was too far and it would be more troublesome for him to chase after them. He was also afraid that he would be lured away and the talisman sect disciples would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming could not be bothered to chase after them. The situation on the 8th battlefield had been settled, and the 1st battlefield was about the same. The other battlefields were filled with smoke. Illusion Reality has encountered Dongfang Yu. An elder of the talisman sect called out. The others turned their attention to the 4th battlefield, their hearts in their throats. The experts from the other factions also turned their attention to the 4th battlefield. Huanzhen and Dongfang Yu, this was a battle of the peak. Huanzhen was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd, just behind Dishan and Xue Jianyi. As soon as the two met, an intense battle unfolded. However, it was obvious that Dongfang Yu was stronger. However, Huanzhen did not want to make any mistakes, so he was on the defense the entire time. Huanzhen was like a bright moon. His entire body was glowing. Bright moons appeared in front of him, blocking his attacks. This was a formation carved with one's own body, and it was an extremely powerful defensive formation. It was many times stronger than the formation that Ji Mai had carved with his own body. At the same time, runes and arrays appeared around Huanzhen, which activated the runes. All sorts of light glowed continuously as all sorts of defensive formations were formed. Although the east side was extremely powerful, Huanzhen was focused on defense. It was impossible for him to break through in a short time. The two of them were in a deadlock. In the end, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to retreat. This made the Talisman Amulet sect members heave a long sigh of relief. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace snorted unhappily. They felt that it was a pity that Dongfang Yu did not kill Huanzhen. Meanwhile, on the 2nd battlefield, Fatty and Wang Fenshen were fighting. Die. The moment Wang Fenshen saw Fatty, he exploded with a sharp killing intent and launched a swift attack. He knew that the Fatty was the disciple of the Devil Sky Sovereign, but this was a battle of destiny. Even if he killed the Fatty, the Devil Sky Sovereign couldn't say anything. Damn it, you want to kill me? You're still 10,000 years too early. Fatty shouted and activated his bloodline. His 3rd bloodline and 8 golden chakras almost made Wang Fenshen's eyes pop out. Even the spirit god and supreme being experts in the stands could not control their emotions. They stood up in shock. An 8th rank divine bloodline. It was actually an 8th rank divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. Other than the few sovereigns, the others were all extremely shocked. Senior Mo Tian's disciple is extraordinary as expected. The 9 Sons Paragon sighed. Du Songjue and the others nodded their heads. They had seen Fatty before, but they didn't expect this unreliable Fatty to be so terrifying. As expected of the disciple of an emperor. Damn it! The Wang clan master and the others growled in shock. An 8th level divine level expert was extremely rare. For example, Yan Kuangtu was an 8th level divine level expert. His battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he was able to take on 3 great supremes by himself. They recalled that this fatty was Lu Ming's sworn brother. Fen Tian, kill this fatty, kill him. The patriarch of the Wang clan growled. This fatty was too terrifying. Once he grew up in the future, he would be another Yan Kuangtu. Now was the perfect time to kill him. After this, the Devil Sky Sovereign would not be able to say anything. The final battle. Demonic Sky Old Monster's judgment is pretty good. He actually took in such a disciple. The Demon Emperor's soft voice sounded again. The eyes of Martial Emperor De and the Corpse Emperor flashed with a sharp light. Even a Martial Emperor expert would be tempted by someone who could awaken an 8th level divine level bloodline. So what if you're a level 8 divine level expert? I'll still kill you. Wang Fenshen launched a fearsome attack at the fatty. Although the fatty's bloodline was of a high grade, his cultivation was slightly weaker. It seemed like he had just broken through to the 6th level spirit embryo realm not long ago. However, Fatty didn't want to make any mistakes, so he focused on defense the entire time. In the end, he took out a huge shield and blocked Wang Fenshen's flames. Wang Fenshen continued to attack. The fatty shouted, but he couldn't break through. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, the 8 battlefields trembled and the light shield shone. Everyone in the battlefields was teleported out. An hour had passed. Huh, you want to deal with me? In your dreams. When the fatty realized that he had appeared on the grandstand, he laughed arrogantly and looked at Wang Fenshen provocatively. Wang Fenshen's eyes were about to spew fire. Fatty, you've actually awakened an 8th level divine rank bloodline. That's amazing. At the moment, there was a huge axe floating above the fat man's head. The 8 golden chakras were shining. Bai Qixue's eyes were wide open as she looked at the fat man in shock. Lu Ming was also surprised. He did not expect that the fatty's 3rd bloodline would be so terrifying. It was actually a level 8 divine level. It was no wonder that when they first met, Fatty was so mysterious. He did not tell Lu Ming when Lu Ming asked him. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Fatty. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were jealous. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. This is talent. I can't help it. I was born with it. The fatty was extremely proud as he laughed out loud. When he saw the way others looked at him, he felt extremely comfortable. He smiled so much that his eyes could not even open. The heavens are really unfair. They actually allowed this damn fatty to awaken an 8th level divine rank bloodline. Within the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, someone gritted his teeth in anger. That's right. What a waste. It's like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Someone said. Fatty's ears twitched a few times. When he heard these words, he was instantly displeased. He stared at these people with an unkind gaze and shouted, "You're the fucking cow dung. You're all trash. I'm just envious and jealous. I'm the son of the heavens, and I'm destined to sweep across the world and step on all of you. Damn it, this damn fatty, he's really arrogant." Those people almost vomited blood. Di Shen, Shuejiani, AO2, and the others also looked at Fatty with a serious look. Fatty's cultivation was still slightly low, but once he grew up, he would be a great enemy. What? At this moment, many people looked at Lu Ming and were dumbfounded. The fate dragon above Lu Ming's head was too big and too long. It was 100 or so feet. It was too shocking. They had thought that Lu Ming would have been killed by Luo Tian or the Sky Demon Valley's prodigies in the 8th battlefield. They did not expect him to be alive. Furthermore, the length of the fate dragon had become even more terrifying. What? Lu Ming has killed Luo Tian. When they found out the truth, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming could actually kill Luo Tian? How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Before the battle for the light from Providence started, some of them thought that Luo Tian and the rest were lucky to be assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming. At this moment, their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't just good luck, it was bad luck. If they had been assigned to the 8th battlefield, they might have ended up like Luo Tian. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. The Emperor God and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. At this time, the 8 battlefields on the fighting ring had all disappeared and returned to the fighting ring. At the same time, 8 rays of light fell on the 8 people. They were Lu Ming, Di Shen, Ao2, Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, Feng Xian, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenshen. 8 people meant that they were the 8 people with the highest luck value in the battlefield. Lu Ming was the only Talisman sect member. There were 3 people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, with the most people. They were the God Emperor, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenshen. The 2 people from the Sky Corpse sect, Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Battle. The 2 from the Heavenly Demon Valley were Ao2 and Feng Xian. Feng Xian was an extremely beautiful woman, a peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley, with the Phoenix bloodline in her body. Next, the 8 paragons would compete in pairs to fight for each other's luck. The rules were the same as before. If you were defeated, half of your fate would be taken away. If you admitted defeat, 90% of your fate would be taken away. If you were killed, all your fate would belong to your opponent. Next would be the final battle of the Battle of Providence, as well as the most pinnacle battles. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence. Among them, Lu Ming was one of the dark horses. There was another dark horse, Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Both of them were new talents. The others were all Heaven's favorites who were famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Ao2 was a Heaven's favorite who was thought to be able to compete with gods and emperors. Some people thought that Ao2 was even stronger than Xuejiani, who was ranked 2nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. The Emperor God ranked 1st on the list of top 1,000 talents, and most people thought he was the top genius among the younger generation in the East Barren. Dongfang Yu, 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Corpse Warrior was ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Wang Fenshen was ranked 5th. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. After this battle, the list of top 1,000 talents would be rearranged. Buzz! 6 of the 8 beams of light had disappeared, leaving only 2 behind. One of them enveloped Lu Ming while the other enveloped Wang Fenshen. The first battle was actually between Lu Ming and Wang Fenshen. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. Wang Fenshen looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "Fen Tian, are you confident?" The patriarch of the Wang clan asked. "His luck is mine." Wang Fenshen licked his lips and revealed a greedy look. He moved and landed on the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, if you can't win, you can just admit defeat." Du Songjue warned in a low voice. I believe that Lu Ming will definitely win." Yan Kuangtu laughed. "Fatty, you were burned by this guy just now. I'll take revenge for you now." Lu Ming smiled, took a step forward, and landed on the fighting ring. Above their heads, there was a true dragon of luck. Right now, Wang Fenshen's true dragon of providence was at least 500 feet long. However, in front of Lu Ming's true dragon of providence, he was like a tiny dot, being looked down upon by Lu Ming's true dragon of providence. "Lu Ming, I have to thank you for obtaining so much fate because it's all going to be mine later." The greed in Wang Fenshen's eyes intensified. "You're very confident." Luo Tian was just as confident before, but I killed him in the end. Lu Ming laughed with a contemptuous look. Humph, don't compare me to Luo Tian. I can kill him if I fight him with all my strength. Wang Fengchen said coldly. Oh? Was it? Then should we set up a life-and-death battle? Lu Ming said indifferently, but his words shocked everyone at the scene. Battling Wang Fengchen. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. The ancient battle platform in the ancient city of destiny could set up a life-and-death battle, but once it was set, both sides would have to fight to the death. It wouldn't end until life and death were determined, not even admitting defeat was allowed. Originally, the last battle would only last for half an hour. If the winner was not decided in half an hour, it would automatically be decided that the person who had the upper hand would win. However, once a life-and-death battle was set, there was no time limit. It would only end when one party died in battle. A life-and-death battle meant that there was no way out. They had to win, and if they lost, they would die. Even supreme martial artists and emperors could not interfere. One had to have great confidence in themselves before they dared to set a life-and-death battle. Would Wang Fengchen dare to agree? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Fengchen. At this moment, Wang Fengchen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He fixed his gaze on Lu Ming as if he was trying to figure out the truth from his expression. Was Lu Ming bluffing, or did he really have such strong abilities? He dared to have a life-and-death battle with him? However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could not make a judgment. Moreover, he did not see the exact situation of Lu Ming's battle with Luo Tian. He was not confident in Lu Ming's strength. Do you dare or not? Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was calm but aggressive. Why should I agree to a life-and-death duel? In any case, I'm definitely going to win this battle. Wang Fengchen argued. What a joke. Since you think you've won, why don't you agree to a life-and-death duel? Back in 9 Dragons, I almost killed your Wang family patriarch. You must hate me to the core, right? 10,000 people want to kill me. Since they want to kill me and have the confidence to do so, why don't they agree to a life-and-death battle? You're afraid. You don't have the confidence to kill me. You don't have the confidence in this battle. You don't have the confidence in yourself. How can you win against me? Lu Ming's every word was harsh and aggressive. Every word hit Wang Fengchen's weak point. He did not even have the confidence to win. How could he win against Lu Ming? Damn you, you little bastard. The patriarch of the Wang clan growled, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Back in 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. It was the shame of his life. Now, Lu Ming was bringing up the same thing again and even using it to pressure Wang Fengchen. This made the patriarch of the Wang family furious. Huh, Lu Ming, you almost killed the old man. How would a young man dare to have a life-and-death battle with you? I think that Wang something Tian should just admit defeat and stop embarrassing himself here. The Wang family is a bunch of useless people. The fat man laughed, his words were full of insult. This made the head of the Wang family and Wang Fengchen so angry that they almost exploded. At this moment, Wang Fengchen's face was flushed red. He was burning with anger and his killing intent was burning. Alright, I promise you. Wang Fengchen roared. He had to win this battle. If he still did not win after hearing Lu Ming's words, his heart of martial arts would definitely be unstable. Moreover, the entire Wang family would become a laughing stock in the Eastern Barren territory. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes, turning him into ashes. Alright, I'll fight to the death with Wang Fun. Lu Ming said loudly. A battle of life and death, yes. Wang Fengchen replied as a scorching aura shot up into the sky. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming and Wang Fengchen's bodies were glowing with a faint blood-red light. This meant that the life-and-death battle had been decided. It was useless to admit defeat until one side died in battle. Heaven-burning flames. Wang Fengtian's killing intent was cold, but his body was covered in raging flames. Wang Fengtian's entire body seemed to have turned into a man of fire. His muscles, bones, and even his hair were burning as if they had all turned into flames. 6 fingers of heaven burning, 1 finger to destroy. Wang Fengtian strode forward and pointed with his finger. A finger, hundreds of meters long and formed by flames, with a clear fingerprint on it, pointed at Lu Ming like the finger of God. The terrifying heat and murderous intent burst out and surged toward Lu Ming. Wang Fengtian used a terrifying killing move as soon as he made his move. Since he had agreed to a life-and-death battle, Wang Fengtian would let go of everything and fight with all his might. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy. His entire body was covered in dense scales, and 4 types of intense Riva levered around him. He threw a punch. Boom! The fist and the heaven-burning finger collided. The fist and the flaming finger collided, and waves of energy burst forth. One side of the 100-mile-wide fighting ring was covered in purple flames, while the other side was covered in 4-colored light. In the end, the flaming finger exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The fusion of destruction and fire intent. Also, his cultivation is at the early stage of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough estimate of Wang Fengtian's strength. Wang Fengtian had also comprehended 2 intents and had successfully fused them together. His destruction intent and fire intent had both reached the 3rd-level completion. When they were combined together, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the battle platform of the ancient city of Providence, everything within hundreds of miles would have been destroyed and turned into lava. Furthermore, Wang Fengtian's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's, at the early stage of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. Wang Fengtian was indeed the 5th-ranked supreme talent on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength was terrifying. Heaven-burning 6 fingers, 2-finger suppression. Heaven-burning 6 fingers, 3-finger break. Heaven-burning 6 fingers, 4-finger termination. Wang Fengtian's fire quintessential essence exploded as he pointed out 3 times. 3 huge fingers in the shape of a triangle flew towards Lu Ming. Prison-suppressing heaven art. The essential core in Lu Ming's body roared and boiled. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to 50% of its power. If his current prison-suppressing heaven technique were to be fully unleashed, it would be equivalent to the power of a low-grade god-tier martial technique. Even if a low-grade god-tier martial technique was equivalent to the first stage of a low-grade god-tier martial technique, only a spiritual god realm powerhouse would be able to unleash its full power. He was now at the peak of the 7th-level spirit embryo realm. He didn't have enough vital essence, so it was impossible for him to release all of his power. However, 50% of its power was already extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw 3 punches in a row. The power of the prison-suppressing steel burst forth and suppressed everything. The 3 flaming fingers were immediately destroyed, turning into flames and dissipating. Wang Fengtian's expression changed slightly. He waved his hands and pointed out 2 more fingers. Heaven-burning 6 fingers. 5 fingers are broken. 6 fingers burn the heavens. The 2-finger forces were pointed out one after another, and the space trembled like a piece of cloth. Wherever the finger forces passed, the space turned into a vacuum. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. This force was extremely hot, as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. The 4 wills surrounded him, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Lu Ming strode forward and threw 2 more punches. 2 earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and it was as if the entire ancient city of Providence was shaking violently. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, but it was blocked by an invisible energy at the edge of the fighting ring. The two flaming fingers were crushed by Lu Ming with one blow and collapsed. Lu Ming strode forward, breaking through the obstruction of the flames like an ancient god, and charged at Wang Fengchen. Chapter 967 Begging. Wang Fengchen's expression turned grave. He did not show any mercy. His first move was a killing move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with a powerful attack. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying that he could destroy his attack and attack him. A ball of purple flame appeared above his head. As soon as the flame appeared, the space around him crackled as if it was a fuel that was burning fiercely. The 7 golden chakras on the flame also attracted everyone's eyes. Divine level rank 7 bloodline. Wang Fengchen's bloodline level had reached the terrifying level 7 divine level. Wang Fengchen's body turned into light and merged with his bloodline. Then, the purple flames twisted and turned into a flame giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The flame giant held a flame sword and slashed it down at Lu Ming. The scorching flames shook Lu Ming's 4-colored will. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged, and in the next moment, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. A divine level rank 6 9-dragon bloodline. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the 9-dragon bloodline. It's the 9 dragons, the legendary 9 dragons. I didn't expect Lu Ming to awaken the 9 dragons bloodline. My god, the 9 dragons are existences that surpass the true dragon. I've never heard of anyone who can awaken the bloodline of the 9 dragons. As soon as the 9 dragon bloodlines appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. This was especially so for the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's the bloodline of the 9 dragons. No wonder he can control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It must be related to the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The patriarch of the Wang clan muttered to himself. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. I must get it. A supreme flood dragon from the demon race glared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Lu Ming whole. There was also Ao2, the flood dragon race's prodigy, whose eyes were burning with passion. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was a deadly temptation to the flood dragon tribe elder. You personally took action to capture Lu Ming. It seems that you knew that he had the 9 dragon bloodline. Your goal was the 9 dragon bloodline, right? The demon emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. His bright eyes fell on Martial Emperor De. Many people were shocked. Perhaps it was true. Humph. Martial Emperor De snorted and did not speak. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the fighting ring. The 9 dragons stepped in the air and grabbed Wang Fengchen's sword with their 9 claws. With a loud boom, the sword collapsed, and the dragon claw continued to attack. The flame giant roared in anger. Its terrifying fist was aimed at Lu Ming, but it was blocked by a dragon claw. Bang! 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 The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was used continuously, and 6 waves of power blasted toward the flame giant. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and its devouring power burst forth, enveloping the flame giant. Immediately, the flames on the flame giant's body trembled non-stop, as if they were about to collapse. Buzz! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the 9 dragons' tail whipped towards the flame giant. This move contained the might of the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Bang! The flame giant was struck by the dragon's tail, and a large part of its body exploded, leaving a huge gap. The flame giant staggered back. The hole in its body was quickly healing, and the flames spread again. Sky-burning flame sword. The flame giant roared in anger. The sword in his hand slashed out a hot sword light towards the head of the 9 dragons. However, the 9 dragons grabbed out with their sharp claws and blocked his sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Of course, during this process, Lu Ming had only used one burst of dragon energy and had not used his full strength. Wang Fengchen was only his first opponent. There were more powerful opponents after him. His final opponent was the Emperor God. Wang Fengchen's strength was indeed terrifying. If he were to fight Luo Tian at the same level, he would be stronger than Luo Tian. However, Wang Fengchen was strong, but Lu Ming was stronger. After a few dozen moves, he was completely suppressed. The 9 dragons roared and grabbed the flame giant with their 9 claws. With a powerful tear, the flame giant exploded and turned into flames. However, these flames drifted back and actually began to condense in the air again. A natural-type bloodline had an advantage, and that was extremely tenacious vitality. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He stomped with his dragon claws and activated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. A huge force struck the flames. The flames that were about to merge exploded again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Could it be that Wang Fengchen was going to be defeated? This extremely talented genius who had awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline was going to be killed by Lu Ming? No, damn it. The master of the Wang clan was extremely nervous. Wang Fengchen was a peerless heaven's favorite that only appeared once every few thousand years in the Wang family. His talent was even stronger than when he was young. He was going to inherit Wang Fengchen's legacy in the future. But now, he was in danger. Because this was a life-and-death battle. One party could only stop after they died in battle. But now, Wang Fengchen was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and devouring power burst out from their mouths. They swallowed a large ball of Wang Fengchen's flames. No! Wang Fengchen's terrified scream could be heard from within the flames. When the 9 dragons devoured the flames, they were constantly refined by their terrifying refining power. Don't you have a strong life force and can condense it? Then I'll refine you. The remaining flames flew back rapidly and gathered together, turning back into Wang Fengchen's appearance. At this moment, his face was pale, his body was trembling, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with intense fear. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped forward and pressed toward Wang Fengchen. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Let me go. No! Wang Fengchen cried out in horror as he retreated. He no longer had the strength to fight. Let you go? Have you forgotten that this is a life-and-death battle? Lu Ming sneered. You're the winner. You're the winner now. If the winner opens his mouth, he can go around the other party. Wang Fengchen shouted. In a life-and-death battle where life and death were seen, it would usually only end when one side died in battle. Of course, there was another situation where the winner would take the initiative to spare the other party. That would also work. However, since it was a life-and-death battle, how could the winner possibly spare the other party? Wang Fengchen, are you joking? Why should I let you off? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Wang Fengchen was at a loss for words. That's right. Why would Lu Ming let him off? They were mortal enemies. However, he really didn't want to die. With his unparalleled talent, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to break through to the supreme level in the future. He even wanted to break through to the Supreme Emperor position and dominate the Eastern Barren territory. He had a boundless future ahead of him, so how could he want to die? But on what basis did he ask Lu Ming to let him off? He couldn't help but look at the Wang family's master. Lu Ming, let Fan Tian go and I'll let go of what happened in the past. The patriarch of the Wang clan spoke, but his voice was cold and even revealed a hint of command. Staring at De. Old man, who do you think you are? Lu Ming glanced at the Wang family master and continued, what do you mean you won't pursue it? It was you and those old fogies who besieged me back then. I should be the one to hold you accountable. Do I need you to not hold you accountable? What a joke. A faint voice filled with contempt reverberated throughout the entire area, causing some people to be dumbfounded. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. Lu Ming was looking down on a supreme martial artist. The Wang family head said that he would not pursue the matter with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Did he need the Wang family head to not pursue the matter? The one who should be held accountable was him, Lu Ming. What a big tone, what great confidence. However, at this moment, no one felt that Lu Ming was arrogant. Even Wang Fenshen had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had the right to be arrogant. In the future, there was a high possibility that he would strive for the supreme being position. By then, why would he need to fear the Wang family head? The patriarch of the Wang clan's face was completely red. He was extremely angry. How many years had it been? Ever since he had stepped into the position of a supreme martial artist, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner for many years. No one had dared to look down on him. Even the other supreme martial artists would be polite to him. But now, he was being looked down upon by a young man in his 20s. This was an insult to him. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He sneered and said, "Old man, let's take a step back. You said that you won't pursue this matter, but can you represent the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace?" Then, he looked at Martial Emperor De. The Wang family master and the others also looked at Martial Emperor De. That's right, the Wang family master did not have the final say in the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. It was Martial Emperor De. At this moment, Martial Emperor De's eyes shot out two cold rays of light as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked at Martial Emperor De with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was so audacious that he dared to look at Martial Emperor De in the eye. However, Martial Emperor De didn't say a word. The light in his eyes disappeared, and he regained his calm. The patriarch of the Wang family had an ugly expression on his face, and Wang Fenshen was filled with despair. Martial Emperor De's attitude explained everything. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. His body was like lightning as he charged toward Wang Fenshen. No! Wang Fenshen roared and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and did not have much energy left. How could he be Lu Ming's match? In just a few moves, his bones and tendons were broken, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, falling to the ground like a dead dog. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring and a long spear appeared in his hand. He walked toward Wang Fenshen, his cold killing intent covering Wang Fenshen's entire body. "No, don't kill me, I don't want to die," he shouted. "Run!" Wang Fenshen roared as he twisted his body in an attempt to escape. His eyes were filled with endless fear. In his life, he had killed countless people and slaughtered countless heavens chosen. But now that he was about to die at the hands of another heavens chosen, he was so terrified. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the spear pierced through Wang Fenshen's heart. The powerful qi burst out and crushed Wang Fenshen's heart. "Old ancestor, avenge me!" Wang Fenshen let out an unwilling roar before his life was extinguished. A proud son of heaven had been killed by Lu Ming here. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If such a heaven's favorite didn't die, he would definitely be a figure who would dominate the Eastern Barren territory in the future. It would be no problem for him to become a supreme martial artist. Unfortunately, there were countless heaven's favorites in the world, but how many of them could grow up? A dead heaven's favorite was destined to be a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. The master of the Wang family roared and exploded with cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. This time, the Wang clan had suffered too heavy a loss. The Wang family had 4 heaven's favorites in the top 100. However, 2 of them had already died before. Now, even the most talented Wang Fenshen was dead. There was only one person left in the Wang family. Originally, the Wang clan had 4 geniuses in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents in a generation. How glorious was that? It was as though they wanted to see the Wang clan rise up rapidly and even surpass the other 5 ancient aristocratic families, becoming the leader of the ancient aristocratic families in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, everything was in vain now. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away even if he used all the water in the world. Old man, this is what I wanted to say as well. This is only a small interest. In the future, I will personally take your dog head. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that Wang Yan and Wang Chen were also killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly, a cold smile hanging on his face. You deserve to die. The master of the Wang family roared in anger. Originally, as a supreme martial artist who had lived for thousands of years, he had a firm mind and had seen many storms. He would not be so easily angered. However, he could not remain calm when facing Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. Now, many of the Wang family's geniuses had died at Lu Ming's hands. He hated Lu Ming to the core. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation was completely suppressed in the ancient city of Providence, he would have crushed Lu Ming's bones and scattered his ashes. He took a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. At this moment, Lu Ming's fate dragon had devoured Wang Fenshen's fate dragon. Lu Ming's fate dragon had grown to 500 feet and was now close to 2,000 feet. At the same time, the devouring power burst forth and turned Wang Fenshen into a dried corpse. He kept his storage ring and kicked him off the fighting ring. This made the Wang clan leader so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming moved and returned to the stands. Huh, you're amazing, Lu Ming. You've avenged me. That Wang Fenshen looked so arrogant, but he dared to burn me with fire. He's a dead dog now. The fatty laughed out loud. He was so excited that his mouth cracked open. Also, Lu Ming, did you see that the old man from the Wang family was so angry that his face was the color of a pig's liver and smoke was coming out of his head? It was really exciting. Fatty continued to laugh. He didn't lower his voice at all, and it spread to the entire area. The patriarch of the Wang family, who had calmed down with great difficulty, suddenly became furious again, and his whole body trembled with anger. The juniors deserved to die. He roared in his heart. Yan Kuangtu took a few sips of wine and laughed even more heartily. The others were speechless. These people were simply lawless and didn't know how to write fear. The battle continued, and 2 more pillars of light landed on 2 more figures. AO2 of the Heavenly Demon Valley and Dongfang Yu of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Many people's eyes were filled with a shocking light. It was another highlight. Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, while AO2 was said to be able to compete with divine emperors. The battle between the 2 would definitely be exciting. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Without saying anything, the battle immediately broke out. Dongfang Yu was incomparably powerful. He had cultivated 2 kinds of deity-level cultivation techniques, and his cultivation was also at the early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. His bloodline was the same as Wang Fenshen's, a 7th level deity bloodline. Dongfang Yu's overall strength was even slightly stronger than Wang Fenshen's. However, AO2 was even stronger. AO2 had more than 70% of a true dragon's bloodline, almost 80%. He had transformed into a flood dragon and was fighting Dongfang Yu like a real dragon. The two of them fought for more than 50 moves. In the end, Dongfang Yu was defeated and admitted defeat. She had lost 90% of her luck. Meanwhile, AO2's fate energy rose greatly, and the length of his fate dragon broke through 300 meters. Chapter 969 Top 4. The battle continued. When AO2 and Dongfang Yu descended from the sky, two beams of light shot out. One landed on the Sky Corp's Sex Corpse warrior, while the other landed on the Divine Emperor. The Emperor God was about to fight. At this moment, everyone was highly focused. The Emperor God was considered the top genius in the East Baron. How powerful was he? In the battle for Providence, he had not met any decent opponents. Those who had encountered him were all easily killed. His strength was simply unfathomable in everyone's hearts. Now, could Corpse Warrior, ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, force the Emperor God to show his true strength? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Even Lu Ming was in high spirits. In his mind, the Emperor God was his ultimate opponent. Two figures landed on the fighting ring. Shi Zhan's eyes were filled with solemnness. Just admit defeat. The Emperor God's indifferent voice was heard. He was straight and handsome. Just by standing there, he had the aura of a king. There was a kind of aura that could swallow the world and was invincible. Yes, the Emperor God had never been defeated by the younger generation. He was a heaven's favorite who had the potential to become an emperor in the future. The last heaven's favorite who was thought to have the potential to become an emperor was Yan Kuangtu, and that had been 100 years ago. He was telling the Corpse Warrior to admit defeat. In my heart, I've never admitted defeat. Even if it's you, God Emperor. A strong battle intent appeared in the eyes of the Corpse Warrior. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The Emperor God's indifferent voice was filled with great confidence. Bang! He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi burst out from his body and shot into the sky. A terrifying sword power spread out towards Corpse Battle. Roar! With a loud roar, Corpse Warrior directly burst out his bloodline. It was a skeleton, a huge skeleton shaped like a huge elephant. The skeleton of an ancient war elephant. Someone muttered as he recognized the skeleton. It was a skeleton formed by a powerful divine beast with 7 golden chakra rings. It was also a divine level rank 7 bloodline. Shi Zhan performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a skeleton of an ancient war elephant. He stepped on the ground and attacked the Emperor God with amazing power. However, the Emperor God's eyes were still calm. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out as a purple gold sword light shot into the sky. It was filled with a luxurious aura. Boom! The purple gold sword chi crossed dozens of miles and slashed at the ancient war elephant skeleton. With a terrifying boom, the sword chi shot out in all directions, and the ancient war elephant skeleton was forced to retreat. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The sound of the sword rang out continuously, and sword chi burst out one after another. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one, and it continuously slashed towards the ancient war elephant skeleton. The ancient war elephant roared and used all its strength to fight against the Emperor God's sword chi. However, with every strike it received, it would be forced back 5 miles. After 9 strikes, the ancient war elephant had retreated nearly 50 miles. Then, with a bang, the ancient war elephant exploded and turned back into a corpse warrior. The corpse warrior's face was pale and he spat out blood. His body trembled as if he couldn't even stand. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. I admit defeat. Corpse Warrior heaved a long sigh. With Corpse Warrior's surrender, Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Emperor God in shock. He was too powerful. The Emperor God was too powerful. He said that he would defeat the corpse in 10 moves, and he really only used 10 moves from start to finish, and the corpse admitted defeat. The Emperor God hadn't even performed the bloodline fusion. The Emperor God is too powerful. No one can defeat him. Even AO2 and Shuejiani are no match for him. That's right. Until now, I don't even know how much combat strength he has used. It's truly terrifying and unfathomable. Many people were discussing in shock. Even the supreme beings could no longer remain calm. Only the 3 sovereigns remained calm. On the grandstand, Shuejiani and AO2's eyes were extremely solemn. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Lu Ming, are you confident in defeating the Emperor Gods? Du Songjue asked Lu Ming in a low voice. I'm not confident. Lu Ming shook his head. He wasn't confident. Even if he used all his power, he still wouldn't be confident. Corpse Warrior's combat strength was no weaker than Wang Fengchen's, but he was still easily defeated by the Emperor God. His combat strength was simply unfathomable. His cultivation should still be at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but he should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, I'm not too sure about the martial techniques he cultivates and the level of his bloodline. Yan Kuangtu said. You've been in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for so many years, yet you're still not clear about this? Du Songjue said. Yan Kuangtu shook his head and said, Di Shen has been secretly trained by D.E. I know little about him. Lu Ming, if you really can't defeat Di Shen, just admit defeat. Finally, Yan Kuangtu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not answer. Are you really no match for him? What if I make another breakthrough? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. It's getting harder and harder to raise my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The bloodline of the 9 dragons continued to refine Wang Fengchen's blood essence. At this time, the refinement was almost complete, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. According to Yan Kuangtu, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level spirit embryo realm, he would be more confident. Lu Ming was confident that he was not afraid of anyone at the same level. Then let's start refining the raw gemstones. At the thought of this, a large number of raw gemstones appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The devouring power in his palms burst forth and devoured the large number of raw gemstones, starting to refine them. The Emperor God won and took 90% of Corpse Warrior's luck, returning to the stands. The next battle was between Blood Sword 1 and Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley had the Phoenix bloodline and had also reached more than 70% of her power. She was extremely powerful and fast. She was fighting against Shuejiani at the peak. This battle could be said to be the most intense of the 4. The 2 of them exchanged a full 200 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, Blood Sword 1 won by a small margin. At this point, the strongest top 4 had appeared. They were Lu Ming, the Emperor God, AO2, and Blood Sword 1. Next, it was the battle between the 4 of them. After these few battles, Lu Ming had a rough idea of everyone's abilities. Dongfang Yu, Corpse Warrior, and Wang Fengchen's strength were very close and on the same level. As for Feng Xian, she was slightly stronger than the 3 of them, not much weaker than Blood Sword 1. Blood Sword 1, AO2, and Feng Xian should be on the same level. On the other hand, the Emperor God was unfathomable and difficult to predict. Lu Ming's thoughts were similar to most of the people. In other people's hearts, Lu Ming's abilities were placed on the same level as Blood Sword 1, AO2, and Feng Xian. Lu Ming could kill Wang Fengchen, but if Blood Sword 1, AO2, and the others were to unleash their full power, they could also kill Wang Fenshen. However, there was no doubt that the Emperor God was placed in the most powerful position. The Great Battle against AO2. Among the four of them, Di Shen, Xuejiani, and AO2 had long been known as the most powerful representatives of the younger generation in the East Baron. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a dark horse. What really made him famous in the Eastern Baron territory was the battle in Nine Dragons. That battle had involved too many experts. In the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, the supremes of the six great ancient families, Yan Kuangtu, Nine Sun Supreme, and even Martial Emperor De. After this battle, Lu Ming's name shook the Eastern Baron territory. However, the most famous one was that Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron that had never moved. As for Lu Ming's own talent, it was neglected. Many people felt that Lu Ming's talent and combat strength were not particularly top-notch. He could not even be compared to the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Lu Ming had overturned everyone's thoughts with his actions. As it turned out, Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled. He was no weaker than anyone else. As a dark horse, he had rushed into the top 4 and killed Luo Tian and Wang Fenshen. Now, he was going to fight with the three most powerful heaven's favorites in the Eastern Baron territory. Although Lu Ming is talented, he's too young and aggressive. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has offended the master of the Wang family, Martial Emperor De, and even the supreme of the heavenly demon valley. Such a genius is destined to die. That's right. In history, there have been many heaven's favorites with unparalleled talent. However, not many of them made it to the end and became the emperor. He was too sharp and didn't know how to restrain himself, and in the end, he died a tragic death. That's true. In my opinion, Lu Ming will end up like this in the end. Many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the vortex in the talisman amulet sect flickered and a figure appeared. Bai Shijin. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Bai Shijin. "Senior, how is it?" Lu Ming said. "Don't worry, everything has been settled. They are now in Mount Liangyi." Bai Shijin said. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ming expressed his thanks. At this moment, a ray of light fell on Lu Ming. He was about to fight. Lu Ming looked over and realized that another beam of light had landed on AO2's body. This battle was between Lu Ming and AO2. Instantly, AO2's eyes shone with a brilliant light and a shocking battle intent. Boom! AO2's burly body crashed heavily into the fighting ring. His entire body was filled with a violent aura. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite AO2. Bai Shijin was extremely surprised. He didn't know what had happened, but after understanding it, he was even more shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to kill Wang Fenshen and fight against AO2. "Lu Ming, it's such a waste of the nine-dragon bloodline in you. Why don't you hand it over to me? I'll definitely make it flourish." AO2 licked his lips, and a greedy look appeared on his face. "Okay, but DE is also eyeing the nine-dragon bloodline. If I give it to you, aren't you afraid that he will target you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. AO2's expression changed drastically, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If that was the case, he would be targeted by Martial Emperor De after obtaining the bloodline of the nine dragons. He would not be able to live in peace. Even the supreme of the Flood Dragon tribe, or even the Demon Emperor, might not be able to protect him. His heart turned cold at this thought. Hee, looks like you don't dare to take it. You really don't have the guts. Come, let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the essential core in his body was boiling. Roar! Roar! Two dragon roars rang out at the same time. One of them came from AO2, who transformed into a flood dragon. The other dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. He had burst out with dragon energy. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of purple-gold scales. He took a step forward and charged toward AO2. Golden storm splitting slash. AO2 opened his mouth and a dark golden ray of light burst out from it, slashing toward Lu Ming. This ray of light was like a blade ray, but it was sharper and more terrifying. Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the dark golden light. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. On his arm, it was as if there were countless sharp forces cutting at his scales, causing sparks to fly in all directions. What a powerful metal attribute concept. He circulated his true essence and shook it, scattering the sharp force covering his arm. AO2 had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He was born with the control of the metal element, and he could use it to a terrifying extent. The light from the blade just now was the combination of the metal element concept and AO2's demonic power. It was extremely terrifying. Golden storm splitting slash. AO2 roared again. This time, 9 beams of dark golden light shot out from his mouth, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming instantly released 2 more bursts of dragon energy. In total, he released 3 more bursts of dragon energy and his strength increased greatly. Lu Ming was like a human-shaped T-Rex as he charged towards AO2. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw out a series of punches. Bang! 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 There were 9 consecutive explosions, and the 9 dark golden rays of light were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to rush toward AO2. Golden gilded dragon claw. One of AO2's dragon claws had turned completely dark gold, as if it had been cast from dark gold. Whoosh! He stretched out his dark golden dragon claw and swiped at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the dark golden dragon claw, creating a terrifying boom. It was like 2 iron hammers had collided, forming a strong storm that swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled and he drifted backward for 100 meters. He landed on the ground and took 9 steps back. What a terrifying power, what a terrifying attack. Is this a flood dragon with over 70% purity? Lu Ming was shocked. AO2's level should be at the middle stage of the 8th tier of the 7th level, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm. His strength and attack power were extremely powerful and terrifying. And this was only a flood dragon with more than 70% purity. If it was a pure-blooded true dragon, how terrifying and powerful would it be? Nowadays, there were very few pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent. It was said that there were quite a few in ancient times. How could such pure-blooded divine beasts, the pride of the human race, compete with them? Now, the only known thing in the East continent was that the demon emperor was a pure-blood. I wonder if there are many pure-blooded divine beasts in the mysterious overseas continent? Lu Ming, you're not my match. AO2 roared, interrupting Lu Ming's jumbled thoughts. Bang! Bang! The flood dragon stomped its 4 claws on the ground and charged toward Lu Ming. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged. The next moment, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, another dragon energy burst out from his body, making it 4 in total. A vast dragon's might filled the air and surged toward AO2. AO2's body trembled slightly, and a hint of fear actually appeared in his eyes. That's right, this was an instinct that came from AO2. It was a fear he had for those in a higher position. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Bloodline was superior, and there were layers of suppression. AO2 only had the bloodline of the true dragon, but he was not a true dragon yet. However, the 9 dragons were existences that were even more powerful than the true dragon. They were one of the top 10 war beasts, and the dragon's might that emanated from the 9 dragons made AO2 feel an instinctive fear. Clash of Swords. Roar. The 9 dragons let out long roars, and their dragon might permeated the air. Their 9 claws stepped on the air as they pounced toward Ao Sha. AO2 followed suit and roared. He overcame the fear in his heart and pounced toward Lu Ming. The Flood Dragon and the 9 dragons immediately fought each other on the fighting ring. AO2 had unleashed his metal element mentality to the extreme. His metal element mentality was definitely equivalent to the 4th level. His entire body was as hard as metal, and his dragon claws seemed to be made of dark gold. They were incomparably hard and could break anything. Every move had terrifying power. As for Lu Ming, he had 4 types of concepts surrounding him. When they were fused together, the power was equally terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming burst forth with 4 streams of dragon energy and circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Every inch of his muscles was able to burst forth with the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Every muscle on his body was frighteningly powerful, and every claw had the power to suppress everything. Boom! 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 The 2 dragons intertwined with each other and continuously attacked each other. It was extremely barbaric, and it made people feel as if they had returned to ancient times, where divine beasts fought for hegemony and true dragons fought in chaos. Pucci. The 9 dragons had 9 claws, and AO2 found it difficult to block all of them. His body was grabbed by the claws of the 9 dragons, and they tore at him with all their might. Instantly, his scales were sent flying, and a large piece of his flesh was torn off, causing blood to flow out. AO2 retaliated with all his might in pain, tearing off a piece of the 9 dragons' bodies as well. However, his claws had almost been shattered. Boom! The bodies of the 9 dragons seemed to be extremely heavy. They pressed down on AO2, causing him to crash into the fighting ring, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming's courage grew as the battle progressed and he gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, AO2 was still affected by the aura of the 9 dragons. He was somewhat afraid, and the more he fought, the more fearful he became. He was already afraid. How could he be Lu Ming's match? Blood splattered everywhere as AO2 let out a blood-curdling screech. His body had been torn apart by the claws of the 9 dragons. He struggled with all his might, and in the end, he managed to escape. However, he left behind a large piece of flood dragon meat, which was drenched in blood. Flood dragon meat that contains 70% of a true dragon's concentration. Good stuff, leave it for barbecue. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and Lu Ming's voice was heard. Then, the piece of flood dragon meat disappeared. Lu Ming, that's good stuff. Save a portion for me later. On the grandstand, Fatty shouted, almost drooling. AO2's lungs nearly exploded from anger. He could not wait to swallow Lu Ming and the fatty. Fatty, that's too little. These are mine, I'll get more later. Lu Ming shouted and pounced toward AO2 again. Ah, I admit defeat. AO2 suddenly roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would definitely lose and would most likely have to pay more flood dragon meat. You're admitting defeat? Lu Ming was speechless. He stopped and transformed back into his human form. He had a look of pity on his face as his eyes darted around AO2's body. AO2 had also transformed into his human form, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He wasn't seriously injured, but his face looked worse than if he had been seriously injured. This battle, he fought too sullenly. The Dragon of Fate above Lu Ming's head devoured 90% of AO2's Dragon of Fate. It expanded again, exceeding 2,000 feet and approaching 3,000 feet. Such a huge fate dragon was rarely seen since ancient times. Lu Ming flew up to the grandstand. "Fatty, it's a pity that this guy admitted defeat early. You don't have a share." Lu Ming sighed. "Damn it, no way, we'll split that piece equally." The fat man shouted. AO2, who was flying toward the grandstand, trembled and almost fell off the stage. AO2 flew back to the grandstand, and his expression was extremely grim. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's complexion wasn't any better than AO2's, and it was as black as charcoal. Many people were shocked that Lu Ming had won the battle. In this way, Lu Ming had entered the final battle. The next battle was between Dishan and Blood Sword. The winner would fight Lu Ming in the final battle. Most of them thought that between God Emperor and Blood Sword, God Emperor would win. In that case, the final battle would be between Lu Ming and the Emperor God. That would be interesting. The light flashed and enveloped the Emperor God and Blood Sword. The two of them flew onto the fighting ring. "Do you and I still need to fight?" the Emperor God said coldly. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. From the Emperor's tone, could it be that he had fought with the Blood Sword before? However, he had never heard of such a rumor. "I was no match for him in the battle 3 years ago, but that might not be the case now." Blood Sword's body was filled with a shocking amount of blood chi, and his eyes were as red as blood diamonds. The crowd was shocked. Dishan and Shuejiani had fought 3 years ago. It seemed that Shuejiani had lost. 3 years ago, you were no match for me. From now on, you will never be my match. The Emperor God's voice came out, showing great confidence. "We'll know after the battle. Die." Blood Sword 1 shouted and stepped forward. A terrible sword power burst out from his body and filled the air. This was the sword concept. The Blood Sword took a step forward, and sword intent filled the air. Buzz. The Emperor God's body also produced a sword cry. The next moment, a powerful sword power burst out. It was also sword concept. Dishan and Shuejiani had both comprehended the sword mentality. Bang! Bang! The two of them were taking steps, and as they stepped forward, their sword intent soared. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! Their sword intents crossed dozens of miles and clashed in the air. The air between the two actually kept exploding with rumbles and sword hums, and sparks flew in all directions. Everyone's expression was grave. This kind of sword intent was too terrifying. The two hadn't even made a move, but just the overflowing sword intent could easily kill a 7th level spirit embryo realm expert. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the two of them took a step forward, and their bodies turned into a sword light. They cut through the void and slashed at each other. Clang! The two sword radiances clashed in the air, creating a loud boom. Sword chi shot out in all directions, and the two sword radiances were forced back by the attack before clashing again. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even see the two figures. They could only see two sword lights clashing in the air. A golden sword light and a blood-red sword light. But at this moment, the golden sword radiance surged and struck the blood-red sword radiance away. Divine Emperor, peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Blood Sword 1, late stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could tell their cultivation level. Moreover, both of their sword concepts had reached the 4th level. This was a collision of 4th level sword concepts. However, it was obvious that the Emperor God's cultivation was stronger. He managed to push back Blood Sword 1. The blood-red sword light flew back, and Blood Sword One's body appeared. At this moment, the blood-red light on his body was getting brighter and brighter. Blood Sword, unsheath. Blood Sword pinched his fingers and waved his hand. Suddenly, a blood-red combat sword flew out from his glabella. The combat sword grew to more than 10 meters in size. Surprisingly, when the combat sword grew larger, it split into 2, then 4, and finally into 16 huge blood-red combat swords, which flew around Blood Sword. Kill! Kill! Blood Sword One shouted and waved his fingers. The 16 combat swords danced and turned into 16 sword lights, attacking the Emperor God. The most terrifying thing was not the 16 combat swords, but the endless sword chi that was stimulated as the combat swords flew. Concept of space. The 16 blood-red combat swords, wrapped in endless sword chi, attacked the Emperor God. At that moment, the Emperor God's face turned red. He felt his blood boiling. That's the mentality of blood. Blood Sword One has actually combined the mentality of blood and the mentality of sword into one. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Xue Jianyi was indeed the second-ranked genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was extremely powerful. Not only had he comprehended two powerful intents, but he had also fused them together. Moreover, Lu Ming could tell that Blood Sword One's blood and sword concepts had both reached the 4th level. How terrifying was the fusion of two 4th-level concepts! Whoosh! 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 The combination of the two essences triggered thousands of sword chi, which completely covered the Emperor God and blocked his way out. Golden sword chi gushed out of the Emperor God's body and he kept slashing. Every time he slashed, endless sword chi would be destroyed, but more blood-red sword chi would replace it. For a moment, the Emperor God was actually at a disadvantage. It can't be. The Emperor God is at a disadvantage. Is he going to be defeated? Blood Sword 1 and 2 wills have reached level 4, and he has successfully integrated them. He is indeed powerful, but the Emperor God should have more tricks up his sleeve. The crowd was in a heated discussion. At that moment, the Emperor God frowned slightly. He had given up on blocking the sword chi and let it pierce his body. Many people's hearts were in their throats. They didn't understand what the Emperor God meant. And NBSP, whoosh. Whoosh. As the sword light pierced through, the Emperor God's figure collapsed. It was just a phantom. Then, everyone saw that the Emperor God's body had already appeared dozens of meters away. As soon as his figure appeared, sword chi stabbed at him from all directions. However, he took a step forward as if he was taking a stroll in his courtyard. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away the next moment. Just like that, his figure continued to flash, and the endless sword chi from all directions could do nothing to him. Transient step. This is the legendary transient step. Someone shouted in shock. What? Instant step? How was it possible to use the instant step that was said to require one to comprehend the concept of space? Could it be that the Emperor God has comprehended the will of space? My God, it's definitely the space mentality. Exclamations of shock rang out, and those who made the noise were all from the older generation. It's actually the space concept. Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also gasped. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. There were thousands of types of intent realms in the world, and of course, there were also differences in their level. Among them, there were two extremely famous types of intent realms, which were the spacetime intent realm. Time and space. With a myriad of intent realms, time and space were the kings. The time and space intents were the kings of the 10 million intents, so one could see how terrifying they were. However, the Emperor God had actually comprehended the concept of space. I can't believe that the Divine Emperor has comprehended the space mentality and successfully integrated it with the sword mentality. He's indeed the number one on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, his space mentality should only be at the complete stage of level 3 and hasn't broken through to the 4th level. Otherwise, he'd be invincible. Bai Shijin's eyes were solemn. The Emperor God's display of space will made Blood Sword's eyes extremely serious. He kept waving his sword fingers, launching a storm of attacks. However, the Emperor God's body flashed, and the sword chi around him could not do anything to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Emperor God slashed out a sword in the air. This sword was only casually swung at the air, as if it was not aimed at Blood Sword 1. However, Blood Sword 1's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. Whoosh! Just as Blood Sword 1 was retreating, a sword light slashed at the spot where he had just been standing. The Emperor God's attack could penetrate the void and launch a terrible attack on Blood Sword. It was strange and terrifying. If the Emperor God became an assassin, he would be the most terrifying assassin in the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Emperor God's sword kept slashing out of the air. Then, sword light appeared around Blood Sword 1 and slashed at him. Blood Sword rapidly retreated. The Emperor God used transient step and chased after Blood Sword. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. It seems like the Emperor God's attack has a distance limit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he understood what was going on. There should be a distance limit to the space will of the Emperor God. If the distance was too far, his sword chi couldn't pass through the space to attack others, which was normal. If there was no limit, he could take people's heads from hundreds of millions of miles away, which was more than terrifying. However, as Emperor God's cultivation and space concept improved, the distance would become longer and longer. The further it went, the more terrifying it would be. Time and space were kings, this was not just a saying. As the distance between the two drew closer, the Blood Sword was at a disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. Buzz! At this moment, Blood Sword's spine glowed, and a blood-red combat sword floated above his head. 7 golden chakras surrounded the combat sword. This was Blood Sword 1's bloodline, a 7th-level divine bloodline. The Blood Sword merged with his bloodline and turned into a huge blood-red sword. The sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed out. The space trembled and the sword chi that the Emperor God attacked him with was all shattered. Buzz! The blood-red sword slashed at the Emperor God. Defeat! Tiangang Emperor Sword. The Emperor God strode forward and spat out a word coldly. He pointed his sword forward and slashed down. Voila! At this moment, the space above Blood Sword Yi's head seemed to shatter as boundless sword chi slashed down towards Blood Sword Yi. That's a low-grade divine-level martial technique, and it's a low-grade divine-level bloodline martial technique. A supreme martial artist cried out in shock. Everyone present was shocked and their eyes widened. The divine martial technique was a low-grade divine bloodline martial technique. The Emperor God had actually comprehended such a terrifying martial technique from his bloodline. He was not even in the spiritual God realm. Even among the fearsome powerhouses of the spiritual God realm, there were many who had not comprehended God-level martial techniques. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! Countless terrifying sword chi fell on Blood Sword 1's sword. The blood-red combat sword trembled violently, but in just a dozen breaths, the huge combat sword seemed to be unable to withstand it. The power of a divine-level martial technique was too strong. Break! A roar came from the blood sword, and the blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. The blood-red sword began to spin rapidly, like a drill, and rushed out of the area covered by the sword chi. Then, with a flash of blood light, it turned back into Blood Sword 1. At this moment, Shuejian Yi was in a sorry state. His breath was shallow, his face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I've lost." Blood soared one side and admitted defeat to Di Shen. With blood soared one surrender, the Emperor God's aura was withdrawn. At the same time, the Fate Dragon above Blood Sword One's head had devoured 90% of the Fate Dragon. Many people in the surroundings also sighed. It wasn't that Blood Swordy wasn't strong enough, but that Emperor God was too strong. However, after this battle, everyone finally saw part of the Emperor God's strength. With a cultivation at the peak of the 8th level Spirit Embryo realm, he had grasped the space and sword concepts. Furthermore, he had comprehended a low-grade divine bloodline martial technique. Such strength was truly astonishing. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Yan Guangtu, Bai Qixue, Fatty and the others all looked very serious. The Emperor God was too powerful. Could Lu Ming fight him? Lu Ming versus the Emperor God. Lu Ming, if you can't win, feel free to admit defeat. Your results are already enough. I believe no one will object to you becoming an official Zongzi if you come in second. Bai Shijin said to Lu Ming in a low voice. That's right, Lu Ming. Do your best. Du Songjue also warned in a low voice. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming knows what to do. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It seemed that no one thought that he could win. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue had said it tactfully, but the meaning was obvious. They all thought that he could not win. The feeling of being looked down upon by others was not a good feeling. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. How would he know if he didn't fight? At this moment, the Emperor God also looked at Lu Ming. Then, he stepped forward and landed on the stands. There was only one last battle left, but the light of the battle did not fall on Lu Ming and the Emperor God. It was obvious that the ancient city of Providence was very humane and gave the Emperor God time to rest and recover. The Emperor God closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. Buzz! Buzz! 2 rays of light fell on Lu Ming and the Emperor God. The Battle of the Peak began. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming and Di Shen moved almost at the same time. In a flash, they landed on the fighting ring, facing each other. Above Lu Ming's head, a 3,000-foot-long dragon of fate was suspended. Above the Emperor God's head, the dragon of fate had also reached more than 260 feet, only a few hundred feet away from Lu Ming's dragon of fate. The 2 fate dragons were facing each other. The Emperor God's eyes were calm and indifferent. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've seen my abilities. Do you think there's still a need to fight? His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. How do you know you're going to win if you haven't fought? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alright, then today, I'll completely destroy your confidence. The Emperor God's eyes shone with a sharp light. Originally, I wanted to kill you today, but His Majesty told me not to kill you. So, I'll spare you today. Oh? Is that so? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Emperor God's intention was simple. He had wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming and kill him in one battle, but Martial Emperor De told him not to kill Lu Ming. It was obvious that Martial Emperor De wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and take his 9-dragon bloodline. Emperor God, the first place on the list of top 1,000 talents, will have a new master. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Today, no matter what, Lu Ming had to win. If he could not even defeat Di Shen or De, who was a junior, how could he fight against De? Bang! 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 Lu Ming strode toward Di Shen. With every step he took, the aura on Lu Ming's body became more violent. For intense revel-levered around him as his true essence circulated. His dragon power burst forth, and his skin was covered in a layer of dragon power. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ming released 3 bursts of dragon energy in one go. Slash. The Emperor God's body was filled with sword will and a vast sword power burst out. He took a step forward and approached Lu Ming at a great speed. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed. Sword intent bloomed, and one after another, terrifying sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw more than a dozen punches in a row. With each punch, a sword gleam was shattered. After a dozen punches, more than a dozen sword gleams were shattered. Emperor God, use your full strength. You can't defeat me like this. Lu Ming shouted, the fighting spirit in his eyes growing stronger. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Emperor God's indifferent voice came out, and his aura became stronger. His cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm was undoubtedly revealed. Buzz. He took a step forward and his figure seemed to be shuttling through space. In the next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away and headed toward Lu Ming at top speed. At the same time, he slashed his sword in the air. At this moment, all the hair on Lu Ming's body stood on end. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Buzz. In the nick of time, Lu Ming stomped his feet and retreated rapidly. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, a sword gleam slashed at the spot where he had been standing just now. It slashed the fighting ring, causing sparks to fly. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp, but I'll see how many moves you can block. The Emperor God said coldly and wielded his sword. In an instant, he slashed out dozens of times. Lu Ming's sense of danger grew stronger. Without any hesitation, he started to run wildly on the fighting ring. Whoosh! 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 Wherever Lu Ming ran past, there would be sword gleams slashing out. Every sword almost cut Lu Ming. Only running? But in front of me, you don't even have the right to run. The Emperor God snorted coldly and stomped. His figure appeared on the fighting ring like a phantom, as if he was traveling through the void. In a few breaths, he was close to Lu Ming. The combat sword slashed out and countless sword gleams appeared around Lu Ming, blocking all his escape routes. Since I can't dodge, I'll use my strength to blow it up. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The last 3 dragon energies in his body exploded. There were a total of 6 dragon energies, and Lu Ming used all of them. His strength increased rapidly. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in all directions. Boom! 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 All the sword lights around him shattered. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to throw punches. With every punch, a terrifying power exploded, completely distorting and compressing the space. The Emperor God's sword light was crushed before it could leave the space. The Emperor God's eyes turned cold. He kept swinging his combat sword while Lu Ming's fist kept punching the air. Every time it struck, it shattered the Emperor God's sword light. Huh, Lu Ming, this move is not bad. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Although the Emperor God's sword can travel through the void and change unpredictably, there will definitely be fluctuations in the space when the sword light is about to be slashed. As long as Lu Ming senses the fluctuations, he will bombard the space with powerful fist force and distort it. Then, the Emperor God's sword light will not be able to be slashed. Supreme Master Nine Sons nodded in agreement. Many big shots nodded to themselves as they understood what was going on, but they were also secretly shocked. It wasn't difficult to sense the spatial fluctuations, but the key was to block them. That was the difficult part. Lu Ming's every punch was terrifyingly powerful. They discovered that the power that Lu Ming was displaying now was stronger than when he was fighting AO2. When Lu Ming was fighting with AO2 just now, he had actually concealed his strength. This shocked them. Humph. Your strength is not bad, so I'll defeat you face to face. The Emperor God snorted coldly. He stopped drawing his sword. He took a step forward and his figure was like a flickering light and a fleeting shadow. He was unbelievably fast and approached Lu Ming in an instant. Having comprehended the space concept, his speed was equally terrifying. Lu Ming realized that even if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, he would still be slower. As he approached Lu Ming, a terrible sword power burst out of the Emperor God's body. The mighty sword power pressed down on Lu Ming, and the terrible sword light slashed at Lu Ming. The void was distorted and even cracked. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. The combination of the space and sword mentality made the power of the sword reach its peak. Even if Lu Ming wanted to retreat, he had no way out. If he retreated, he would face an even more violent attack from the Emperor God. The only way was to face them head-on. Chapter 974 Difficult Battle. A crazed look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He circulated his essential core frantically and pushed the prison-suppressing heaven technique to 50% of its power. Then, he threw a punch. Boom! The fist and the sword chi collided, creating a terrifying boom. The endless sword chi scattered in all directions, as did the fist radiance. However, they were blocked by an invisible force at the edge of the fighting ring and disappeared. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took 3 consecutive steps back, his chi and blood surging. That's right. Then, take another strike of mine. Tiangang Emperor Sword. The Emperor God let out a long roar and slashed down again. As he swung his sword, endless sword light burst forth, carrying with it the intention to cut through space, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was the Tiangang Emperor Sword, a low-grade divine bloodline martial technique. Di Shun had used this move to defeat Blood Sword 1. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would resist this move. A dragon's roar was heard and 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. Boom! 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 The 9 claws of the 9 dragons continued to grab at it, pushing the prison-suppressing heaven technique to 60%. The sound of explosions continued to ring out. Most of the sword light was blocked, but there were still a few that were not blocked. They landed on the 9 dragons, and their scales were instantly cut open. Deep wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies, and blood flowed out. But in the end, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. He can actually block the divine-level martial technique of the Emperor God. Could it be that Lu Ming is also using a divine-level martial technique? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even Blood Sword 1 was defeated by this move. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block it. It's definitely a god-tier martial technique. There's no mistake. A supreme martial artist said. Everyone was in disbelief. Lu Ming had also mastered a divine-level martial arts technique. It was too shocking. The situation is not good for Lu Ming. Although he has also mastered the divine-level martial technique, with his cultivation, he can't exert the full power of the divine-level martial technique at all. However, the Emperor God's cultivation is stronger, and the power of the divine-level martial technique is stronger. Yan Kuangtu said worriedly. The others didn't say anything, but their expressions were grave. On the battle stage, the Emperor God's eyes shone with a shocking, sharp, and terrifying light. His voice was no longer indifferent, but also full of sharpness. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to take this move of mine. You're not bad. Let's see how you're going to take it next. Tiangang Emperor Sword, 1 sword to conquer the world. The Emperor God's entire body seemed to turn golden like a golden sun. He slashed out with the combat sword in his hand. The space in all directions was distorted and finally cracked. It was brought along by the Emperor God's sword light and wrapped together as it slashed toward Lu Ming. It was reasonable to say that only spiritual God masters could cut open space. However, there was obviously a gap between an Emperor God and a spiritual God, but he could cut open space. This did not mean that his combat strength had reached the level of a spiritual God, but it was because of his space concept. Driven by the concept of space, it cut through the space and charged toward Lu Ming with the power of space cutting. Space twisted, and sword light was everywhere. Lu Ming fought back with all his might. His dragon claws kept striking out and his dragon tail lashed out like a divine whip. However, there were too many sword lights in the surroundings, and their power was too strong. Given Lu Ming's abilities, he could not block all of them. The extremely sharp sword qi swam around Lu Ming's body, cutting open wounds on his body. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He fought back with all his might and fought the Emperor God. Refine, refine. At the same time, Lu Ming was constantly refining the energy of the origin stone to break through to the next realm. He had already secretly ordered 9 dragons to swallow more than 200,000 raw stones. He wanted to fight while breaking through to the next realm. He felt that he was about to reach the 8th level spirit embryo realm soon. The Emperor God was too powerful. If Lu Ming did not make a breakthrough in his realm, it would be difficult to defeat him. The Emperor God's 2 intents were level 4 sword intent and level 3 space intent. The fusion of the 2 intents was not any weaker than Lu Ming's 4 intents. Moreover, the Emperor God also mastered a divine-level martial technique and cultivated a divine-level cultivation technique. It was an extremely powerful divine-level cultivation technique and his vital essence was extremely rich. Lu Ming did not have any advantage in all these. Lu Ming had the support of the dragon power, but he felt that the Emperor God was also supported by a mysterious power, which was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Lu Ming did not have the advantage in any of these aspects. In terms of cultivation, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming did his best and fought dozens of moves with the Emperor God. At this moment, the scales on the 9 dragons' bodies had cracked and fallen off. They were covered with sword marks and blood was flowing out. It was a terrible sight. Lu Ming. Bai Qixue clenched her fists and her eyes were filled with a layer of mist. She was extremely worried. Fatty, Ruantingting, and the others did not say anything. They stared at the fighting ring and were extremely worried. However, the people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Heavenly Corpse sect were gloating. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's no match for the Emperor God. What is he waiting for if he doesn't admit defeat? He's just fighting to the death. I knew he couldn't be a match for the Emperor God. I think Lu Ming will be defeated within 10 moves. Voices came from all around. It's a pity that this is not a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming can admit defeat at any time. However, since he has offended His Majesty, Martial Emperor De, he will die sooner or later. The patriarch of the Wang clan thought to himself. At this moment, the Emperor God's aura grew stronger and stronger. Every slash of his sword was filled with shocking sword qi. Space and sword intent combined to suppress Lu Ming. More and more wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. Refine, refine. Break. Lu Ming roared in his heart and the essential core in his body was boiling. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out of the 9 dragons. What? Cultivation breakthrough? How is that possible? He's actually breaking through at this time? Impossible. Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. On the grandstand, the big shots shouted in disbelief and stood up. How was it possible that Lu Ming had a breakthrough in his cultivation during the battle with the Emperor God? Unbelievable? This kid always exceeds my expectations. He has my style. Fatty grinned and was extremely excited. Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others also revealed excited expressions. Lu Ming's move was beyond their expectations. Damn it! The Emperor God's eyes were no longer calm, and they were filled with anger and killing intent. Lu Ming had actually broken through in the middle of a great battle with him. This was a blatant humiliation to him. He was looking down on him and was using him to break through. At that moment, the Emperor God's body burst out with a strong killing intent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed amazing. A faint voice was heard. The person who spoke was Martial Emperor De. Everyone's heart trembled, and then they came to a realization. It was not that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying. It was because of his 9-dragon bloodline that he was able to break through during the great battle. The Emperor God's heart also calmed down, but the light in his eyes became colder. Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others secretly scolded De for being a cunning old fox. With one sentence, he pushed the shock caused by Lu Ming to the 9-dragon bloodline, calming Di Shen's shocked heart. An Emperor God who had calmed down was the most terrifying. Peak confrontation, using all trump cards. Roar. Dragon roars shook the sky as the 9 dragons clawed out several times. The Emperor God's sword light was shattered. Now, the real battle has only just begun. The 9 dragons' eyes revealed a strong desire to fight, as well as a fierce look. The scales that had fallen off his body and the bloody wounds on his body that had been injured by the sword chi were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. A fierce and powerful aura was constantly emitted from the 9 dragons. Slowly, their momentum actually suppressed the Emperor God. Buzz! The sound of a sword ringing resounded throughout the ancient city of Providence. A golden combat sword appeared above the Emperor God's head. As soon as the sword appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The golden battle sword was filled with a noble aura. A golden dragon circled around the hilt, looking extremely majestic. It was like the Emperor of Swords, its might suppressing the universe. The Emperor Sword was a bloodline that could only be passed down by the direct descendants of De's Martial Emperor bloodline. This was the second time Lu Ming had seen the Emperor Sword bloodline. He had seen it on Di Feng and now on Di Shen. Back then, Di Feng was only a level 4 divine level expert. However, the 8 dazzling golden chakras of God Emperor made countless people's eyes widen. Divine level rank 8. Another divine level rank 8 bloodline had appeared. Previously, it was Fatty who entered empty space. Now, it was Emperor God. Nest, this guy's bloodline is the same level as mine. How is this possible? I'm 10,000 times more handsome than this guy. The fatty shouted unhappily. Only this guy could still call out. The others' eyes were very serious. The Emperor God's figure flashed and disappeared into the Emperor Sword. The Emperor trembled, and the vast sword power burst out madly, pressing toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming waved his claws and broke the vast sword force. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They held their breath and stared at the fighting ring. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. It was beyond everyone's expectations that this battle could reach this stage. Lu Ming had actually broken through his cultivation in the middle of the battle. His combat strength had improved greatly and he had forced the Emperor God to perform the blood fusion. This battle, who would win and who would lose, was beginning to be filled with suspense. World-slaying sword. A cold voice was heard from the Emperor Sword. The Emperor Sword shook and endless golden light was emitted. The golden light was actually sword chi. Endless sword chi appeared around the Emperor Sword like a pair of sword chi wings. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, endless sword chi shot toward the 9 dragons. Each sword chi was extremely terrifying and covered every inch of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared and stomped with their 9 claws, performing the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The void trembled and violent energy exploded, destroying all the sword chi. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced toward the Emperor Sword in the air. The Emperor Sword trembled and slashed at the 9 dragons with a terrifying sword intent. A dragon and a sword were fighting on the fighting ring. The roar of the sword and the cry of the dragon resounded through the world. On the fighting ring, the roar continued as the two began a fierce battle. It was difficult to determine the winner. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate and fought for hundreds of moves. More than 20 minutes had passed, and the winner had yet to be determined. According to the rules, once the battle had been going on for 30 minutes and the victor had not been decided, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine the winner as the person who had the upper hand. But now, the two seemed to be tied. Everyone held their breath and stared at the fighting ring. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the two people in the fighting ring. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation, spirit gods, and even supreme masters had never seen such a battle in their thousands of years of life. Each of these people had the potential to become a martial royal realm expert in the future. They were all rare existences that only appeared once in 100 years or even 1,000 years. If they appeared, they would be characters that could suppress an era. It was too rare for two such people to appear in the same era. 100 years ago, Yan Kuangtu had appeared out of nowhere. No one in the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory could defeat him. He had swept away all the strong cultivators and reached the peak. Thousands of years ago, when the Supreme 9 Sons appeared, it was the same. He was invincible. However, this generation was different. There were so many geniuses and experts that they could even rival the Emperor gods. The two of them fought intensely. In the end, after an intense collision in the air, they both retreated. Buzz! The Emperor Sword trembled and actually collapsed, returning to its human form. The crowd was shocked. Was the Emperor God going to be defeated? However, the 9 dragons' bodies glowed and dispersed immediately after, turning back into Lu Ming's appearance. The power of their bloodline seemed to have been exhausted at the same time. Lu Ming, I have to admit that you're very strong. You're the first person who has forced me to this extent. But this is it. It's time to end this. The Emperor God's eyes were filled with killing intent. A powerful aura suddenly burst out of his body, and golden flames spread out from his body. The Emperor God's aura became even more terrifying than before. Intent Realm, another kind of Intent Realm. This Intent Realm was very similar to the Fire Intent Realm. It was called the Golden Flame Intent Realm. The Emperor God had comprehended 3 intents. It seemed that his Golden Flame intent had reached the 4th level and had successfully merged with the other 2 intents. It was unbelievable that the Emperor God was still hiding his strength. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not good. Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had never expected the Emperor God to have such a trick up his sleeve. It seems that the Emperor God won in the end. Someone sighed. Lu Ming is just a stepping stone for the Emperor God. The patriarch of the Wang clan snorted coldly. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the more unhappy he was. Lu Ming, I was planning to preserve some of my strength so that I could compete with the prodigies of the Central Continent and the other 3 regions in the future. Now, I'll let you have a taste. Whoosh! The Emperor God turned into a golden sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The Emperor God's heart was higher than the sky. His vision was no longer limited to the Eastern Barren Territory. He wanted to compete with the paragons of the Southern Underworld, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and even the Central Continent. Thus, he had been holding back. Do you think I don't have the means to do so? At this moment, Lu Ming was not panicking. Instead, he appeared very calm. There was even a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared on his body, and a battle of inscriptions appeared. All of them were support-type formations. Some increased speed, some increased defense, and some burst true energy. There were more than 10 arrays in total, causing Lu Ming's aura to soar. Bang! At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward. Countless inscriptions appeared on the entire fighting ring and even in the air. A huge array emerged. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming had actually been secretly inscribing inscriptions during the previous battle. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, Lu Ming had inscribed a huge array. This point had been hidden from everyone. As Lu Ming had been using martial arts to fight his enemies, he had displayed unbelievably strong combat power in martial arts. This had caused everyone to overlook one thing: not only was Lu Ming a martial arts powerhouse, but his Tao of inscription was also not weak. First place, stepping onto the peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's sudden outburst reminded the others that Lu Ming not only cultivated martial arts but also the Tao of inscription. Emperor God, you're the one who's defeated this time. Die! Lu Ming roared. He took a step forward and rushed toward Dishan like the wind. At the same time, the formation on the fighting ring glowed. Long spears were formed one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. They pierced toward the Emperor God. In the previous battle with the Emperor God, although it was impossible to concentrate on carving the formation, how could it be weak after spending more than 20 minutes in the battle? In addition, with the various supplementary arrays, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. The Emperor God's eyes were extremely gloomy. He kept slashing out his sword, clashing with the long spear formed by the formation. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and struck the Emperor God's sword with his palm. The Emperor God trembled and retreated. Lu Ming strode forward and kept launching attacks. At the same time, the formation glowed and kept condensing long spears to attack the Emperor God. The Emperor God couldn't fight back and kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. He had unleashed 3 types of concepts and his attack power was unparalleled. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Most importantly, his will of space was still at the complete stage of level 3, while the other 2 had reached level 4. It was difficult for him to unleash the full power of his will. He roared and fought with all his might, but he was still at a disadvantage. I'll let you have a taste of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed the Emperor God. The bloodline power of the 9 dragons had been used up, but the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel was still there. The crowd was numb. Many people already knew that Lu Ming had 2 divine-level bloodlines, so they were not too shocked. Bang! The Emperor God was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. His body trembled and he was knocked back. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! The prison-suppressing steel glowed and continued to suppress the Emperor God. The Emperor God's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and disappeared in an instant, reappearing in another place 100 meters away. The prison-suppressing steel shook and continued to press down on the Emperor God. The Emperor God did not dare to take the attack head-on. He could only continue to use teleport, his figure constantly changing to avoid Lu Ming's attacks. This scene caused the expressions of the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to turn extremely ugly. In this way, the Emperor God was at a disadvantage. Once half an hour was up, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine that the Emperor God had failed. Of course, this was still better than admitting defeat. If he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his fate value, while if he lost, he would only lose half of his fate value. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face darkened. The destiny that he obtained in every battle of destiny was very important to him. However, it seemed like he was going to fail this time. The first place might fall to Lu Ming and the Talisman Amulet sect. God Emperor, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you can only run away. Is this the number one on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming sneered and mocked. The Emperor God gritted his teeth, and the flames of anger in his eyes seemed to be burning. Lu Ming, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands in the future. Di Yi's cold voice was heard. Di Shen, let me tell you. You've lost to me today, but you'll never be my match in the future. Lu Ming laughed heartily. The Emperor God clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He was greatly shocked. This was because he had always been the one saying this to others in the past. In the past, he was ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was high and mighty with unparalleled talent. Anyone who was defeated by him would never be his opponent in the future, because he improved faster than others and the gap between him and the others would only grow wider. He had never thought that these words would come from someone else's mouth, and that the target would be him. However, he was helpless now. The power of his blood meridian had been exhausted and he could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. He could only use blink to dodge. Time passed quickly. Buzz! Suddenly, the fighting ring shook and two beams of light enveloped Lu Ming and the Emperor God. The time was up, and the two of them fought for a full half an hour. When the time was up, the battle ended. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. Roar! The fate dragon above Lu Ming's head roared and gnawed at the fate dragon above Di Shen's head. In the end, it devoured half of Di Shen's fate. The Emperor God's fate was now more than 1,300 feet. On the other hand, Lu Ming's fate dragon expanded rapidly and finally exceeded 4,000 feet. The fate dragon, which was more than 4,000 feet long, floated above Lu Ming's head, just like a real dragon. Lu Ming won. Lu Ming is in first place. Fatty was the first to shout out in excitement. Lu Ming is first. Then, Bai Qixue, Wan Tingting, and the others also started to shout and cheer. Even Huan Zhen, Wen Jisher, and the others were extremely excited. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. I'm not as good as him. Huan Zhen sighed, but he didn't look unhappy. Instead, his eyes were filled with joy. We were competing with Lu Ming before this? Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt a vague sense of pride in their hearts. They had been Lu Ming's opponents. At this moment, even Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others were extremely excited. Lu Ming had won first place and his fate dragon was more than 4,000 feet long. How shocking was this? There was no doubt that the Talisman sect was ranked first in the overall ranking of this battle of destiny. How many years had it been? Ever since Lien Tsang's disappearance, the Talisman sect had been on a decline. They had never gotten first place before, but now they had gotten first place again. This time, the Talisman Amulet sect would definitely obtain great fortune. Perhaps, there was hope for its revival. How could they not be excited? In the past, the condition that they put forward to Lu Ming was for him to win first place in the Battle of Providence. However, in their hearts, no one actually thought that Lu Ming could do it. They were just giving him pressure. They did not expect that Lu Ming could really do it. As for the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, they all had different expressions. But most of them were shocked. Before the Battle of Providence started, who would have guessed that Lu Ming would actually get first place? At that time, both the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley wanted to kill Lu Ming. Most of them thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, Lu Ming created a miracle later on and even defeated the Emperor God to win the first place. Damn it, how did this happen? The masters of the Wang and Jiang families were filled with killing intent as they roared in their hearts. Martial Emperor De didn't say a word, but his eyes shot out a cold light. Hee, this little guy is really unexpected. In the Sky Demon Valley, the Demon Emperor's charming voice made many people's hearts beat faster. It's indeed unexpected. The Corpse Emperor's ear-piercing voice was the complete opposite of the Demon Emperor's. The eyes of Ao2, Shuejiani, Feng Xian, and the others were filled with a shocking fighting spirit. They knew that from now on, they would have a powerful opponent on their way to rise. This opponent gave them immense pressure. At this moment, the light pillar that enveloped Lu Ming suddenly shone brightly. Then, a token appeared out of nowhere and descended from the sky, flying toward Lu Ming. Mixed Essence Token. A token suddenly appeared above the light pillar and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming instinctively caught it. Mixed Energy Token. It's a mixed energy token. A cry of surprise came from the direction of the Sky Demon Valley, and it was the Demon Emperor. What matter could actually make a generation's Demon Emperor cry out in alarm? Bang! Bang! Then, the Corpse Emperor and Martial Emperor De stood up from their seats, with a terrifying light shooting out of their eyes. Many of the older generation seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with shock. And many of the younger generation looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What was a mixed essence token? How could he make the three emperors lose their composure? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He looked at the token in his hand. The token was purple gold in color and was cast from an unknown material. 2 words were written on it: Primordial Chaos. Congratulations on passing the initial test. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was directly heard in Lu Ming's mind. No one else could hear it. Who is it? Who are you? Lu Ming shouted in his heart. However, there was no response. Lu Ming continued to call, but there was still no reply. Lu Ming was extremely curious. What did that voice mean? After passing the initial test, could there be another test? Roar! At that moment, the true dragon of providence above Lu Ming's head roared and shrank rapidly, turning into a beam of light and entering Lu Ming's body, disappearing. At the same time, the serpents, dragons, and true dragons above the young heaven's favorites' heads all turned into beams of light and entered their bodies. At this moment, the ancient city of Providence trembled and burst out with a dazzling light. Some of them flew toward the people of the Sky Demon Valley. One of them entered the Demon Emperor's body. The Demon Emperor obtained the most. Another portion flew toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and landed on their disciples. Similarly, the Corpse Emperor obtained the most portion. The other portion, which was even brighter than the light from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley, flew toward the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. De and Martial Emperor received the largest portion. However, the largest portion flew towards the Talisman Amulet sect. The Talisman sect's disciples, by Shijin, the 2 sect leaders of Du Songjue, the various elders, the 9 Sun Supreme, Yan Kuangtu, and so on, all received a big ball of light. Even Elder Yun of the Talisman Amulet sect had obtained more light than the Corpse Emperor or the Demon Emperor. The 9 Sun Supreme, by Shijin, and Du Songjue had received more light than Martial Emperor De. The people from the other 3 factions looked at the Talisman Amulet sect with envy. This light was the legendary luck, which was extremely mysterious. At this moment, if one were to look from the outside of the ancient city of Providence, one would be able to see that the entire ancient city of Providence was glowing. Beams of light flew in all directions towards the eastern wilderness. Among them, the lights that flew towards the Talisman sect were the largest and most numerous. The speed of the light was unparalleled. It crossed layers of space in an instant and flew to the Talisman sect. At this moment, countless Talisman Amulet sect disciples were being nourished by the light. Some of them had encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation and had been stuck in a realm for many years. However, when this ray of light rushed through them, they actually broke through the bottleneck and broke through to a new realm. As for Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, and the rest of the Lu family, they were also shrouded in a large amount of light. Those who were close to Lu Ming would receive a lot of light. Countless people were stunned and confused. The Talisman sect members in the ancient city of Providence were ecstatic. This was the legendary blessing with luck, which was infinitely mysterious. I don't know what benefits there are. I'll go back and experience it. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that he was in high spirits and his thoughts were extremely clear. He could not feel anything else. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the Talisman sect's area. It was time to leave. The battle of karmic luck had ended. Lu Ming had finally achieved what he wanted to do. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue. Suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. Everyone was shocked because the voice came from Martial Emperor De. Everyone looked at Martial Emperor De. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's expressions changed slightly, and they also looked at Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. He stared at Bai Shijin and Du Songjue and said, "You should know that Lu Ming is the person I want. Now, Lu Ming has helped your Talisman Amulet sect to win first place in the Battle of Providence. You have also benefited from it. Now, hand him over to me." His voice was filled with a sense of superiority and unquestionable authority. It was as if the other party had to do as he said. In fact, in the East Continent, not many people dared to refute the words of Martial Emperor De. Everyone was shocked. De was going to make trouble for the Talisman sect. How should they deal with this? Should they hand Lu Ming over or not? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Bai Shijin and Du Songjue. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces darkened. De, Martial Emperor, you said it yourself. Lu Ming helped my Talisman Amulet sect win the Battle of Providence and obtain great fortune. Do you think I, Bai Shijin, am an ungrateful person? Bai Shijin looked at De and said slowly. I, Du Song, have lived for thousands of years. I still have a bottom line. There is no room for discussion on this matter. Du Songjue spoke. The two sect leaders of the Talisman sect rejected De one after another. Martial Emperor De frowned slightly. Two bright lights shot out of his eyes, and an unparalleled majesty spread out. You have to consider carefully. Is it worth it to sacrifice the entire Talisman Amulet sect for Lu Ming? Martial Emperor De spoke slowly, but it shocked everyone. Was Martial Emperor De going to attack the Talisman Amulet sect? In the past, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had only slowly encroached on the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect. Martial Emperor De had never personally attacked the Talisman Amulet sect. Was he going to do it himself now? This was definitely a big event that would shake the Eastern Barren Territory and affect the future of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps in the future, there would only be 3 overlords in the East Continent, not 4. I'll keep you company. Du Songjue responded strongly. De, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming is the Zongzi of the Talisman sect. So, if Lu Ming is here, the Talisman sect will die. Bai Shijin said. Everyone was shocked by his words. Lu Ming was actually the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect? What did it mean to be a Zongzi? It meant that he was the future sect master of the Talisman Amulet sect. He was the person who would take over as the sect master of the Talisman Amulet sect. However, how could Lu Ming become the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect? Even though he had won first place in the Battle of Providence. As Lu Ming had always been cultivating in the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it had not been long since he went to the Talisman Amulet sect. Lu Ming is the Zongzi of your Talisman Amulet sect? Martial Emperor De frowned even more, and his eyes became colder. That's right. De, listen well. Lu Ming is not only the Zongzi of the Talisman sect, but he is also the inheritor of Grandmaster Liaocang. Bai Shijin said, word for word. De's threat. As soon as he said that, it was as if a bomb had been dropped, and the entire audience was in an uproar. What? How is it possible that Lu Ming is the successor of Emperor Tsang? Emperor Tsang has disappeared for 3,000 years. Rumor has it that he died while wandering overseas. How could Lu Ming be the successor of Emperor Tsang? Could it be that Emperor Liaocang is still alive? Everyone was in shock. Someone even suggested that Lian Tsang was still alive, which shocked everyone. Emperor Liaocang was the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Barren Territory. His art of inscription was unparalleled. If he was still alive, it would be earth-shaking news. The situation of the entire Eastern Barren Territory would change dramatically. Martial Emperor De's eyes lit up like two divine swords, piercing the sky. His body was filled with a powerful killing intent. Lu Ming, you are Lian Tsang's disciple? Martial Emperor De spoke word by word, staring at Lu Ming with an extremely cold gaze. Lu Ming looked at Martial Emperor De fearlessly. His hand glowed and a scroll appeared in his hand. He said, De, look at this. Martial Emperor De's eyes fell on the scroll in Lu Ming's hand. He said coldly, the all-formation illustration, it seems like you have really received Lian Tsang's inheritance. Everyone's eyes fell on the million formation illustration, and their hearts trembled. The all-array diagram was the most powerful treasure of Emperor Liaocang. Since Lu Ming had the all-array diagram, he must be Liaocang's successor. The ones who were the most shocked were the elders and disciples of the Talisman sect. They stared at the myriad array diagram in Lu Ming's hands in a daze. Their eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. All-array diagram. Huan Zhen, Wen Zhongyi, Bai Qixue, Ji Mai and the rest were all excited. Then, they came to a realization. They finally knew why the patriarchs of the Talisman Amulet sect had chosen Lu Ming as a Zongzi candidate. It was because he was the inheritor of the divine cultivator Tsang. Master, is Grandmaster Lian Tsang still alive? Bai Qixue asked Bai Shijin with a trembling voice. Grandmaster Lian Tsang won't be coming back. Bai Shijin sighed. Bai Shijin then looked at Martial Emperor De again and said, De, Lu Ming is the successor of Grandmaster Liaocang. He is the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect. You have harmed Grandmaster Liaocang. Is it possible for us to hand Lu Ming over to you? Boom. 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 His words were even more shocking. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's mind. Emperor Liaocang was actually killed by Martial Emperor De. At this moment, not only were the people of the Talisman Amulet sect shocked, but the disciples, elders, and even supremes of the other three sects, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Heavenly Corpse sect, were also shocked. In the past, almost everyone believed that Emperor Liaocang had died while adventuring overseas. This was because in the Divine Wilderness continent, it was extremely difficult to advance after reaching the martial royal realm. To a sovereign realm expert, the Divine Wilderness continent was too small and the environment was too poor. It was not suitable for cultivation. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to head overseas and search for a bigger continent with better conditions to cultivate on. In history, there were many emperors who went overseas to cultivate and risk their lives, but they ended up dying overseas. Everyone thought that Emperor Liaocang had died overseas because of this. He had never expected that Martial Emperor De had secretly harmed him. In this case, the Talisman sect and Martial Emperor De were mortal enemies. How could they hand Lu Ming over to De? De, did you really kill Lian Cang? You're so scheming, what do you want to do? The Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Valley stood up and stared at De with hostility. Corpse Chi rolled around the Corpse Emperor, but he didn't say anything. Demon Emperor, you're being too nosy. Why do I need to explain anything to you? Martial Emperor De glanced at the Demon Emperor coldly. He was extremely domineering and did not give the Demon Emperor any face at all. Then, he turned to look at Lu Ming, then at Bai Shijin and the rest. Since that's the case, the Symbol Puppet sect shall be destroyed. With that, De turned around and strode away. He stepped into the teleportation vortex and disappeared. Humph, Lu Ming, I'll let you live for the time being, but let's see how long you can live for. The master of the Wang family glared at Lu Ming coldly and turned to leave. At this moment, a figure flew out from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and into the Talisman Amulet sect's territory. It was Wang Haoxian. Evil creature, what are you doing? Get back here. Shut up. The master of the Wang family shouted. If I go back to the Wang family, I'll definitely be in a miserable state. Why should I go back with you? Wang Haoxian's face darkened. Even if she were to die, she would never return to the Wang family. She knew very well that if she were to return to the Wang family this time, she would definitely be in a miserable state. Lu Ming took a few steps forward to Wang Haoxian's side and said, "There's no need to go back, come with me to the Talisman Amulet sect." Evil creature. You dare to betray the family? The patriarch of the Wang clan berated. Ha ha ha, Wang Shengtian, this girl will not have a good ending if she goes back. Only an idiot would go back with you. Yan Kuangtu laughed and said, my brother is really something. He even managed to seduce the heaven's favorite of your Wang clan. Wang Shengtian, do you feel good now? Ha! Damn it! The patriarch of the Wang clan roared. His face was flushed red and he almost vomited blood. Evil creature, you dare to betray the family. Sooner or later, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Let's see who can protect you. Shut up. The master of the Wang family shouted. He no longer had the face to stay and strode away, stepping into the teleportation vortex. Let's go, we're also going back. Bai Shijin and the others shouted. Immediately, everyone from the Talisman Amulet sect stepped into the teleportation vortex and returned to the sect. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley had also left. The Battle of Providence had finally come to an end. Lu Ming stepped into the vortex. There was a flash of light and he was back at the entrance of the Talisman Amulet sect. As soon as he returned to the Talisman Amulet sect, Lu Ming took to the air. As expected, he saw a group of people not far away. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately flew over. Father, mother! Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping were among the crowd. There was also Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, as well as some elders and disciples. There were also Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the rest. Lu Ming's two in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro, were also there. Previously, Lu Ming had secretly passed the mountain and river diagram to Bai Shijin to ask for his help to head to the Blazing Sun Empire and bring his parents and some close friends to the Talisman Amulet sect. He knew that after the Battle of Providence, Martial Emperor De would most likely attack him and not let him off. It was too dangerous for his family and friends to be in the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming could only be at ease if he brought them to the Talisman Amulet sect. The Supreme Being was rushing at full speed, and his speed was terrifying. It only took him 1 or 2 hours to pick up the person. Now, Lu Ming was finally at ease. Buzz! Before Lu Ming arrived, a figure rushed toward him and landed on his shoulder. It was Dandan. Just now, luck was on your side. Lu Ming, I saw that your parents got the most. Lu Ming, what rank did you get? Dandan asked. Lu Ming got first place. Behind him, Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu, and the rest stepped into the air and answered on Lu Ming's behalf. As expected, not bad, kid. You have some of my style back in the day. Dandan said proudly. The benefits of having luck attached to one's body. Ming, At this moment, Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, and the others also saw Lu Ming and surrounded him. Father, mother, you've worked hard. Lu Ming said. Then, he greeted Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others. Disciple greets master. Zhuang Xiaofan and Zhuang Xiaoro knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. Stand up and let me see your cultivation. Lu Ming raised his hand slightly and the siblings were lifted up by a force. Yes, I've broken through to the martial king realm. Not bad. Lu Ming took a quick glance and realized that both of them had reached the martial king realm. On the side, many people were also sizing up Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro curiously. They did not expect that the two young men and women were actually Lu Ming's disciples. After that, the two siblings bowed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders quickly helped the two of them up and were overjoyed. Since he was Lu Ming's disciple, they naturally treated him as their own child. Father, mother, let's talk as we walk. We'll also arrange a place for you to stay. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a majestic true essence spread out. A cloud seemed to have appeared under Lu Yuntian and the others' feet, lifting them off the ground and flying forward. There were thousands of people. They were all lifted up by Lu Ming's essential core and flew in the air. Lin Shui and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lu Ming's current realm had exceeded their imagination and had reached a terrifying level. The group of people chatted as they flew, and their speed was not very fast. As for Bai Shijing, Du Songjue, and the other elders, they had already gone ahead to arrange accommodation for Lu Yuntian and the others as well as to make other preparations. On the way, Lu Yuntian, Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others also learned that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence. Although they did not know what the War of Providence was, they were still shocked and they heard that Lu Ming had suppressed the younger generation of the East Baron and stood at the top of the younger generation. Compared to the vast Eastern Baron territory, the Burning Sun Empire was too small. It was like a grain of sand thrown into the sea. They could not imagine how many geniuses there were in the entire East Baron and what level they had reached. But now, Lu Ming had surpassed all of them and stood at the peak of all the proud sons of heaven. How could they not be shocked? He was secretly pleased with himself. Lu Ming was someone who had come from the Blazing Sun Empire. They did not ask Lu Ming why he brought them here. They knew that Lu Ming definitely did it for their own good. There was no one who was reluctant to part with their foundation, because all they could see here were magnificent rivers and mountains. Some places were unimaginably rich in heaven and earth Ling Qi. Compared to them, the Burning Sun Empire was like a garbage dump, a wild land. There was no way to compare. And those experts, any one of them gave them a feeling of unfathomability. A place like this was much, much better than the Burning Sun Empire. This was normal. Mount Liangyi was a famous blessed land in the East Baron. It spanned tens of millions of miles and had countless blessed lands. Some of the talisman puppet sect disciples didn't care about it, but in the eyes of Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the others, it was a priceless treasure. Some people's eyes were already shining. How fast would their progress be if they cultivated in such an environment? Lu Ming brought everyone around. Not long after, an elder came and said that everyone's accommodation had been arranged. Lu Ming led the group and followed the elder. The rest of the talisman sect members left one by one. Only Bai Qixue, Fatty, and Ruan Tingting were following him. First, it was the residence of the mystical sword sect. It was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. On top of it were 7 huge mountain peaks that pierced the sky. It was extremely magnificent. On it, spiritual qi was faintly discernible, and spiritual medicine was everywhere. It was like a fairyland. Compared to the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect, it was tens or even hundreds of times better. Lin Shui and the rest were overjoyed. They kept thanking the talisman sect's elder. The elder knew that these were Lu Ming's close friends and they had an extraordinary relationship. Naturally, he did not dare to thank them. After that, Lin Shui brought the thousands of people from the mystical sword sect to stay. Of course, there were more people in the mystical sword sect. Those who didn't want to come were not brought along. Those with low cultivation and talent were dismissed. Those who were brought along were those with high cultivation and talent. Master Lin, there are countless people on Mount Liangyi, but not all of them cultivate the Tao of inscription. Some of them are not suitable for the Tao of inscription, but those who are suitable for martial arts can be selected as disciples by the mystical sword sect in the future. Lu Ming said with a smile. The Yin and Yang mountain stretched for thousands of miles. Not all of them were disciples of the talisman sect. There were also countless mortals living in some flat territories, and some of them had even established countries. After all, it stretched for tens of millions of miles. It was simply too vast, as large as some small-scale regions. After that, he bade farewell to Lin Shui and the others. He flew for hundreds of thousands of miles to arrange a place for Hua Qi and the other members of the Burning Sun Empire. This place was not the slightest bit inferior to the mystical sword sect. After that, it was the Lu family's residence. There were fewer people from the Lu family. They were arranged to stay on a huge mountain peak. The heaven and earth spiritual qi on this peak was extremely rich. It was the best on the Yin and Yang mountain. There were many palaces built on it, just enough for people to live in. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaofan were temporarily staying with the Lu family. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and felt at ease. He then chatted with Lu Ming and Yun Tian about their experiences during this period of time. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence and sat cross-legged in his room. With luck on his side, he had yet to properly sense what benefits he had obtained. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique. However, he stopped after a while. This was because he felt that his body was completely normal. There was no change compared to before. The only change was that he was more focused and his thinking was more flexible. Lu Ming, try to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. On his shoulder, Dandan was holding a spirit herb and gnawing on it, her mouth full of medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he began to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. When Lu Ming calmed down, he immediately felt that his mind was extremely clear. The artistic conception of the heaven and earth around him was also extremely clear. It was as if his thoughts had become one with the entire heaven and earth. The speed at which I can comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth is 10 times faster than before. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At this moment, he did not use the path understanding ancient tree, but the speed at which he comprehended concepts was so terrifying that it shocked Lu Ming. Do you feel it? With fate in your body, it won't change your body or your cultivation, but it will greatly increase your comprehension and become more compatible with the heavens and earth. In the future, whether it's comprehending intent or anything higher, you'll be like a fish in water. Of course, it's also faster to comprehend other martial arts techniques. Dandan explained. It can actually change one's perception. Then my power of comprehension has increased by 10 times. Lu Ming's heart beat faster and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Everyone's comprehension was fixed. It could be said that they were born with it. It was a kind of talent. He did not expect that Lu Ming's current comprehension could be improved. This was too shocking. Official Zongzi. Lu Ming, how much has your comprehension improved? Dandan asked. About 10 times. Lu Ming said. What? 10 times. Dandan directly jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, her face full of shock. Nest, I'm so envious. It actually increased tenfold all of a sudden. This means that you will be able to comprehend anything 10 times faster in the future. I'm so envious. Dandan shouted. Is 10 times that much? Lu Ming said. He had the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. With the help of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, the speed at which he comprehended concepts was more than 10 times faster. Kid, what do you know? This is your own comprehension ability and the improvement of your foundation. How can the Path Understanding Ancient Tree compare to it? Let me tell you, in the short term, you have the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and even the devouring talent of the 9 dragons, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to the improvement of comprehension. But when your realm is higher, you will know how much use it is. Dandan began to ramble on. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree has its limits. Its principle is to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It can emit the aura of the Great Path. At a lower level, the effect is naturally good, but there is a limit. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, the things you need to comprehend are many times higher than the intent realm of heaven and earth. The effect of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree will be small. The 9 dragons' devouring talent is even more so. You should be able to devour other people's intent runes and improve your intent, right? However, level 4 is the limit of the will of heaven and earth. The next step is the domain of the martial royal realm, which is not a will rune. It has no physical body, so the 9 dragons' devouring talent can't devour it at all. If you want to improve it, you have to comprehend it yourself. Now, do you know how precious it is to improve your comprehension? After saying that, Dandan looked at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming thought to himself that the 9 dragons' devouring talent was not omnipotent. After becoming a martial emperor, one's intent could be transformed into a domain, and it could not be improved by devouring. One had to comprehend it on their own. Lu Ming finally understood how precious it was to improve his comprehension. This was a talent that would follow him for a lifetime. Lu Ming, you're more in tune with this world now. If you break through to the rank of a martial emperor one day, it'll be easier for you to cultivate than others. This is your advantage. Dandan said again. Above martial emperor? There was a look of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes, but he then shook his head. That realm was too far away from him. What he had to do now was to take it one step at a time and break through to the spiritual God realm as soon as possible. Only those at the spiritual God realm could be considered as the top experts in the divine wilderness continent. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. At this moment, the news that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence had spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. The entire Mount Liangyi was in shock and ecstasy. After so many years, someone from the Talisman sect had finally won first place in the Battle of Providence and obtained great providence. Many people remembered that there was a rainbow light from the sky above Mount Liangyi. Some light scattered, which might be the result of the descent of fate. Some of them were even inspired by the good fortune and broke through to the next realm. They were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name once again shocked Mount Liangyi. Then, at a terrifying speed, it spread to the entire eastern wilderness and covered it. Time flew by and 2 days passed. One day, Fatty and Ruan Tingting went to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Master came to look for us. He said he'll take us to cultivate. We're leaving. The fatty bade farewell to Lu Ming. Fatty, this is a good thing. Help me thank Senior Mo Tian. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ai. Lu Ming, I wanted to stay and help you deal with the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, but my master, that old man, is very unyielding this time. He wants me to go with him. Humph, I knew it. That old man is afraid of De. When he saw De's original body, he didn't dare to say anything. Fatty said unhappily. Fatty, don't worry. This is Mount Liangyi. With the Yinyang sky formation, De can't enter. Practice well. Don't be completely crushed by me next time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't worry, the next time we meet, I'll definitely catch up to you. The fatty grinned. Fatty, take this opportunity. Ting Ting is a good girl, don't let her run away. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. The fatty blushed and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Don't worry, what kind of person am I? How can the woman I like escape from my grasp? The next time I see you, I'll definitely make you my uncle. Hey, damn fatty, what are you guys secretly talking about? Ruan Tingting glared at Fatty with hostility. No, nothing much. The fat man's expression changed and he shook his head. Lu Ming, we're leaving. Take care. Ruan Tingting bade Lu Ming farewell. Take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, Fatty and Ruan Tingting turned around and left. A day later, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the other elders of the Talisman Amulet sect informed the Liangyi Mountain of the Talisman Amulet sect that Lu Ming was to be the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect. He was an official Zongzi, not a Zongzi candidate. He would be in charge of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. This time, no one objected. Even Huan Zhen, Wen Zongzi and the other Zongzi candidates stood out to support Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence, accumulating great fortune for the Talisman Amulet sect. Moreover, the news that Lu Ming was the successor of Emperor Liaocang had already spread. It was perfectly justifiable for Lu Ming to be promoted to a Zongzi. No one else was more suitable than him. There were many people who were blessed with good luck and benefited from it. They were grateful to Lu Ming and supported him. Lu Ming had become the Zongzi of the Talisman sect. In the center of 9 dragons, where the dragon veins of the 9 dragons converged, Martial Emperor De sat at the head of a huge hall. More than a dozen people stood below him, including the masters of the 6 ancient families. Apart from the 6 great ancient families, the other people all had powerful auras, as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. They were all supreme-level figures. The Talisman Amulet sect will be destroyed. 6 great aristocratic families, D Tian Imperial Guards, immediately gather your men and attack the Talisman Amulet sect. Martial Emperor De gave the order. Yes. All the supreme martial artists acknowledged the order in unison. This time, I will personally lead the troops. Martial Emperor De's voice was heard. In the residence of Hua Qi and the others on Mount Liangyi, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi sat at a table, drinking and chatting. It was as if they had returned to the days when they had cultivated together in the mystical sword sect. The 3 of them had not had a drink together for many years. Back in the mystical sword sect, Lu Ming was only 15 years old. Now, he was already 23 years old. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. The 3 of them were no longer young and inexperienced youths. They had already entered the age of youth. Right now, Pang Shi's body was extremely burly and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his aura was wild. His cultivation had already reached the half-step king realm, and he was only 1 step away from the king realm. This level of cultivation was already considered top-tier in the Blazing Sun Empire. Hua Qi was busy with political affairs and had a slightly weaker cultivation. He was at the 9th level of Wuzong. Chapter 981 Inquiry. Hua Qi, I've dragged you into this because of me. You've abandoned the Burning Sun Empire and come to Mount Liangyi. Come, I'll drink this as punishment. Lu Ming picked up the glass and drank it in one go. Lu Ming, don't say that. The Blazing Sun Empire is so small. You won't be able to achieve anything there. The spiritual energy in the heaven and earth at Mount Liangyi is more than 100 times stronger than that of the Blazing Sun Empire. Moreover, the elites of the Blazing Sun Empire are all here. When your cultivation improves in the future, you'll have countless Blazing Sun Empires. Hua Qi laughed heartily. In the world of martial Tao, everything is fake. Only cultivation and strength are real. I used to be busy with political affairs and neglected cultivation. From now on, I'll work hard on cultivation. Hua Qi raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Although the Blazing Sun Empire had been conquered by the ancestors of the Hua family, now that he had stepped out of the Blazing Sun Empire, his horizons had been broadened. He was very clear that the Blazing Sun Empire was just a small piece of land. Without power, any spiritual ocean-tier warrior in the Eastern Barren Territory could easily destroy the Blazing Sun Empire. He understood that strength was king. Hua Qi, Shirtiu, there's something inside that might be useful to you. Lu Ming took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Hua Qi and Pang Shi. There were some spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, martial arts secret manuals, various materials for spiritual weapons, etc. They were not of much use to Lu Ming, but it was good to leave them for Hua Qi and the others. Hua Qi and Pang Shi didn't decline this time and accepted it. They knew very well that Lu Ming's current realm was too high, far higher than theirs. Many things that were of no use to Lu Ming were very useful to them. Moreover, with their relationship, they would not be pretentious. In fact, before this, Lu Ming had left some things behind in the mystical sword sect and the Lu family. They were the spoils of war that he had obtained from the enemy during this period of time. To Lu Ming, they were indeed of no use. Lu Ming, let's not talk about other things. Come, let's have a drink. Hua Qi and Pang Shi raised their wine glasses. The 3 of them clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one go. Lu Ming, you might not know this, but Big Rock is already married and he's about to become a father. Hua Qi laughed heartily. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he smiled. Big Rock, you're amazing. When did this happen? It's a pity that I didn't know about it. Otherwise, I'd have to go and congratulate you. Pang Shi scratched his head, and a look of happiness appeared on his honest face. It happened last year. The child will be born in half a year. As she said that, she blushed slightly. Look at Shirtiu, his face is red. Hua Qi laughed. Don't you know that Hua Qi has 9 concubines? He has 5 children now. Pang Shi said. 9 concubines? You already have 5 children? Lu Ming was stunned. He looked impressed and said, love-struck fool, not bad. You're so powerful. I'll punish you. I'll punish you. I'll punish you with 3 glasses. No, I'll punish you with 9 glasses. Sigh, I had no choice. Those ministers are urging me to have an heir as soon as possible. I had no choice. Hua Qi's face was bitter as he drank a few cups of wine. Lu Ming and Pang Shi laughed. Lu Ming, what about you? We're already ahead of you, so you have to work hard. Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming with a grin. Me? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He picked up the glass and took a sip. A few figures appeared in his mind. Qiu Yu had been taken away by an overseas expert, and no one knew where she was now. I haven't seen Mulan since I left Tianxian region. I don't know where she went. Slowly, a figure appeared in her mind. Xian Yanqing's figure. It had been a year and a half since Xian Yanqing was brought back to the ancient Saint dynasty. How was he doing now? Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild. Sure Tiaoyu, you don't have to worry about Lu Ming. He's such a hero. How could he lack beauties by his side? Didn't you see that he has a few stunning beauties by his side? Hua Qi said with a smile. Yes, yes, come, let's drink. Pang Shi nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming adjusted his mood and shouted at the two of them. Lu Ming was very relaxed, and open-minded when he was with Hua Qi and Pang Shi. The three of them had known each other since they were young. They had experienced the war in the Burning Sun Empire and had gone through life and death situations. Their friendship was pure, and there were no impurities in their relationship. As the three of them drank, they talked about their cultivation in the mystical sword sect. Then, they talked about their experiences after that. The three of them drank for a few hours. Lu Ming's heart was filled with warmth. The path of cultivation was very lonely. Sometimes, one would need friends. Perhaps there was a gap between their cultivation bases, and as time passed, this gap would grow bigger and bigger. However, once they sat together and held a cup of wine, there was no gap between them. There was only pure friendship between them. After 3 rounds of wine, the three of them left. Lu Ming did not return to Cloud Peak residence. Instead, he headed to Yan Kuangtu's residence. When Lu Ming arrived, Yan Kuangtu was in the middle of a discussion with the 9 Sun Supreme. Lu Ming, is there anything you need us for? Supreme 9 Sun said. A token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the mixed essence token that he had obtained when he had won first place in the Battle of Providence. Big Brother Yan, Senior Jiuyang, I want to ask you, what is the use of this mixed essence token? Lu Ming asked. Mixed essence token? The 9 Sun Supreme Master raised his eyebrows, and a hint of solemnity appeared on his face. Yan Kuangtu, on the other hand, seemed to be at a loss. Actually, I don't know much. It's said that in the Battle of Providence, only those who pass a certain standard can get a mixed essence token. In the past, someone in the East Continent also got this kind of token. Supreme 9 Sun said. Could it be that Senior Jiuyang and Big Brother Yan didn't obtain such a token? Lu Ming asked in surprise. How talented were the 9 Sun Supreme and Yan Kuangtu? They had all participated in the Battle of Karmic Luck, so how could it be that they had never obtained such a token? No, I didn't get it, 9 Sun Supreme Master shook his head and said. Madman didn't get it either. As far as I know, some emperors didn't even get it when they were young. I've read about it in an ancient book. Only a very, very small number of extremely talented prodigies have the chance to obtain it. It's said that obtaining this token may be a great opportunity, but it may also be a great crisis. Lu Ming, did you get any news when you obtained the Primordial Chaos token? A sentence echoed in my head. It was, congratulations on passing the preliminary test. There was no other information other than that. Lu Ming said. As expected. The eyes of the 9 Sun Supreme Master shone with a shocking light. Lu Ming, you've experienced the Battle of Providence. You should be able to sense that there's an unimaginable existence behind this Battle of Providence, or an unimaginable force that's controlling everything, right? The Supreme Martial Artist of the 9 Suns asked. Yes, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. I feel the same way. Master, do you know what's behind this? Yan Kuangtu asked. The attack of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. I don't know anything. Even the emperors don't know anything about it, let alone me. Perhaps only the person who has the Primordial Chaos token knows a little. The ancient book I once read was recorded by an ancient emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, there was already a battle of providence. That emperor also obtained a mixed essence token when he was young. According to his records, the battle of providence seems to be a selection of geniuses. It's only the beginning. If you meet certain standards and obtain a mixed essence token, you can take the next test, but it's very dangerous. According to the records of that emperor, he's seen countless geniuses who were more talented than him die. He was only lucky to survive and obtain some opportunities. Supreme Master Jiuyang stopped here. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu were extremely shocked. The emperors from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Had the battle of karmic luck been going on for so long? One had to know that an emperor could only live for 10 to 20,000 years at most. What kind of existence or power would take such a long time to select a heaven's favorite? Also, that emperor had seen countless geniuses who were more talented than him die. What kind of geniuses were those? To become an emperor, which one of them didn't have unparalleled talent? Which one of them wasn't unparalleled? A divine emperor was talented enough, but he only had the potential to reach the emperor realm. He wasn't 100% sure that he could. The supreme master of the 9 sons, Yan Kuangtu, which one of them wasn't an unparalleled talent? They also didn't have the confidence to break through to the emperor realm. However, the ancient emperor said that he had seen countless heaven's favorites who were stronger than him die. Even he had survived by luck. Could it be that the person with the token would have a new test later on? Master, what else did the ancient emperor say? Did he say what kind of existence is behind it? Yan Kuangtu asked curiously. There's nothing else. There's no more records. That ancient emperor didn't have the right to know what happened below. He wasn't qualified enough. 9 Sons Supreme Master shook his head. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu were extremely shocked. The things hidden behind the battle of providence were beyond their imagination. Lu Ming, the fact that you're able to obtain the primordial chaos token means that you've been acknowledged. Perhaps there will be greater opportunities in the future. Keep it for now and don't think too much about it. Supreme 9 Sun said. Lu Ming nodded. Is Supreme Martial Artist Yan here? At this moment, a voice came from outside. He was here to find Yan Kuangtu. Yes, please come in. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand, and the gate of the courtyard opened. A middle-aged man walked in. Lu Ming recognized him as an elder of the Talisman sect. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over the crowd and he quickly saluted. Fan Xing pays his respects to Zongzi, Senior Jiuyang, and Supreme Martial Artist Yan. Elder Fong, what is the matter? Yan Kuangtu asked. I'm here on the orders of the 2 sect masters and the doyens to invite Supreme Yan and Senior Jiuyang. I was going to invite Zongzi and the doyens to the meeting hall to discuss something. Fan Xing said. Oh. There must be something important for the elders of both factions to be gathered here. We'll head over now. Lu Ming said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, 9 Sons Supreme, and Fan Xing went to the discussion hall. When they arrived, Fan Xing left, as he was not qualified to participate. Everyone, the great army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is here to attack. Martial Emperor De will lead the army personally. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest arrived, Bai Shijin sent a message. De really can't hold back. He's going to make a move, 9 Sons Supreme said, his eyes focused. Seniors, what do you plan to do next? Lu Ming asked. We've already discussed it. Mount Liangyi is a natural formation. With the blessing of the patriarchs of the Talisman Amulet sect, we don't have to worry about its defense. Even De can't break in. Therefore, we have decided to give up all the territories of the Talisman Amulet sect. We will withdraw all the disciples and experts of the Talisman Amulet sect to the Yin and Yang Mountain and use the Great Formation to resist the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming's heart sank and he sighed in his heart. With the Talisman Amulet sect's current strength, they were simply unable to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Even if DE did not move, they were no match for the forces below, let alone DE and Martial Emperor. The best way now was to use the formation of Mount Liangyi to defend and slowly accumulate strength for a counterattack. After discussing the specific steps, they sent out orders one by one, asking the experts in the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect to retreat to the Yin and Yang mountain. Senior Jiuyang, I have an item that should be of some help to you. Lu Ming suddenly said while everyone was discussing. Oh? The supreme martial artist of the Nine Suns asked doubtfully. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a jade-like figure appeared in the hall. Could this be the legendary Heaven and Earth Jade Essence? When Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others saw this, their eyes almost popped out. They were tongue-tied. That's right, it's the Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. I obtained it in the Battle of Fate. Senior Nine Yang, with this, I wonder if you can form a physical body. Lu Ming said. At this moment, Supreme Master Jiuyang's eyes shone with a shocking light, as if they were two suns. My soul is already very solid now. If I add a few more materials and this Heaven and Earth Jade Essence, I can completely condense a physical body and return to my peak. Supreme Master Jiuyang said after taking a deep breath. His voice trembled a little, showing how excited he was. Really? Ha ha ha, that's great. Yan Guangtu was overjoyed and laughed in excitement. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were also overjoyed. What kind of person was the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns? He was known as the #1 Supreme Being in the East Baron. If Supreme Master Jiuyang could form a new body, the Talisman Amulet sect's strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. They would have another Supreme Being. How could they not be excited? It would be extremely important if the Nine Suns Supreme could reform his body during this war. That's good. I still have a bottle of life potion here. It might be useful. Lu Ming took out another bottle of life potion, shocking Bai Shijin and the rest. It seemed that Lu Ming had indeed obtained a great opportunity in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming, thank you. The Nine Suns Supreme did not stand on ceremony. He stared into Lu Ming's eyes and said solemnly. Senior Jiuyang, there's no need to be so polite with me. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. As long as I can help Senior Jiuyang, this is nothing. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, I have to thank you too. From now on, you're my best brother. Yan Guangtu patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Wasn't it in the past? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Yes, I've always been, ha ha ha. Yan Guangtu laughed. With the Heaven-Earth Jade Essence and the Elixir of Life, the rest of the materials were easy to obtain. The Talisman sect managed to gather the required materials in no time, and the Nine Suns Paragon also went into seclusion to reforge his physical body. Yin and Yang Formation and Martial Emperor. As the days passed, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace also launched a fierce attack on the Talisman Amulet sect. However, the Talisman Amulet sect didn't resist at all. Wherever the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's army passed by, the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect surrendered. In just a month, all the territories of the Talisman Amulet sect were occupied by the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The Talisman Amulet sect was only left with the Yin-Yang mountain. On this day, the roars of beasts could be heard outside the Yin and Yang mountain. Countless powerful beings appeared outside of Mount Liangyi, riding on all kinds of fierce beasts. Their iron hooves stomped in the air, shaking the entire space. The flags fluttered and covered the sky. The aura of countless powerhouses was so strong that the sky changed color. The great army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived. Buzz! The entire Mount Liangyi glowed, and countless inscriptions filled the air. The power of heaven and earth rose, and a huge taiji diagram appeared in the sky above Mount Liangyi. The yin-yang fish appeared and covered the entire Mount Liangyi. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and many other elders stood at the edge of Mount Liangyi, watching from afar through the formation. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth shook as if a giant was stepping through the air. One after another, terrifying auras shot up into the sky. 10 figures appeared in front of the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Their vast auras burst out. Each of them was like an invincible god of war. The heads of the 6 great ancient families were all here, and the other 4 were undoubtedly at the same level. The 10 great masters. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, if you know what's good for you, quickly surrender and hand over Lu Ming. Perhaps you can still ensure the safety of your talisman amulet sect. Otherwise, once the formation is broken, everyone in the talisman amulet sect will be killed. The patriarch of the Wang clan was the first to speak. His voice was filled with killing intent. If you have the ability, then break the formation. If you can break the formation, we will die without regrets. Bai Shijin coldly replied. It's said that the formation of Mount Liangyi can't be broken. I want to see if the rumor is true. The Wang clan leader's body was engulfed in flames. The scorching flames burned the space into nothingness, revealing a dark void that was deep and terrifying. Whoosh! It was a flaming sword that was thousands of meters long, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Even though they were separated by the array, many of the talisman sect's disciples revealed looks of fear. In front of a supreme martial artist, they felt like ants that were difficult to contend against. Slash! The master of the Wang family roared and slashed his flame sword at the yin and yang mountain. This sword could tear space apart and penetrate the earth. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The space was shattered by the sword. It was the first time for many of the talisman amulet sect's disciples to see a supreme martial artist's power. They were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Boom! The flaming sword slashed at the taiji diagram above Mount Liangyi. The heavens and earth trembled, but the Tai Chi diagram did not shake at all. It was as stable as Mount Tai. The sword light disappeared, and the Jiang family's master looked gloomy. The yin and yang formation can't be broken by an emperor. Wang Shengtian, who do you think you are? Du Songjue coldly berated, causing the killing intent in the Wang family head's eyes to surge. Buzz! Above his head, the extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline appeared. He performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a flaming sword. He slashed at the yin and yang battle again. But this time, just like the last time, the yin and yang formation did not move at all, which made the head of the Wang family look even uglier. When the talisman amulet sect's disciples saw this, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. In the past, it was rumored that the yin and yang formation could not be broken by emperors. However, it was just a rumor and he was not confident about it. They were more worried when they saw the terrifying aura of the supreme martial artist. But now, they didn't have to worry anymore. The facts had proven that the yin and yang formation was strong and immortal. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't break this formation. The patriarch of the Wang clan said to the other 9. All right. The other 9 people nodded. Boom! Boom! The 10 great supremes burst forth at the same time with an earth-shattering aura. The space around them couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and crumbled. Behind them, the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace retreated hurriedly, retreating a full 10,000 miles. In the next moment, the 10 Supreme Masters attacked at the same time. 10 terrifying attacks attacked the yin and yang formation at the same time. Maintain the formation. Bai Shijin's voice was transmitted far away. Many elders and disciples were pouring their spiritual energy into the array platforms. There were countless platforms all over the Yin and Yang mountain that were connected to the Yin and Yang battle. The disciples of the Talisman sect could continuously inject their spiritual power to maintain the power of the Yin and Yang mountain formation. There were simply too many of such platforms scattered all over the place. They weren't afraid that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's spies in the Talisman Amulet sect would destroy all of them. After all, destroying a few platforms wouldn't affect the Grand Formation at all unless they destroyed all of them. But that was impossible. How big was the Yin and Yang mountain? Even if there were spies, Bai Shijin and the others could kill them in time. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 10 Supremes only caused slight ripples on the Taiji diagram, which was negligible. The Yin and Yang formation was not just for show. I'll do it. From the depths of the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a voice rang out. The next moment, a golden sword light slashed through the space, vast and mighty, like the might of the heavens, slashing down towards the Taiji diagram. Boom! The entire Mount Liangyi seemed to jump and shake. However, the Tai Chi diagram glowed and blocked this sword light. Whoosh! Whoosh! But immediately after, one sword light after another slashed down violently. Accompanied by the sword light that was like the might of the heavens, a person stepped through the air. Martial Emperor De. His figure was not very burly, but he gave people a feeling that he was as tall as the sky. He stood casually in the void like a god that could support the sky and earth. His body was filled with golden light. Each ray of golden light turned into a combat sword and slashed at the Yin and Yang formation. Boom! Boom! Waves appeared on the Tai Chi diagram, and it kept shaking. Maintain it. Bai Shijin's voice spread far and wide. In front of all the platforms, the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples continued to pour in their mental energy fire to maintain the power of the formation. Buzz! Tens of thousands of golden lights gathered on Martial Emperor De's body and turned into a huge sword, which slashed down. Boom! 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 The sky rumbled and the void shattered, revealing a terrifying spatial crack that was thousands of miles long. Bai Shijin and the others looked extremely serious. The strength of Martial Emperor De was beyond their imagination. The Yin and Yang formation seemed to be under great pressure. Fortunately, in the end, the Yin and Yang formation still withstood the attack and was not broken. Martial Emperor De restrained his aura, and his face was a little gloomy. Bai Shijin and the others let out a long breath. Although the ancestors of the Talisman sect had said that martial emperors could not break the Yin and Yang formation, Martial Emperor De's reputation was too great. He was invincible in the Eastern Barren territory. Before this, no one had any confidence. If the Yin and Yang formation was broken, the Talisman sect would be completely annihilated and there would be no one left in the Yin and Yang mountain. Boom! 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 At this moment, there was a deafening sound from a mountain peak deep in the Yin and Yang mountain. Then, a sun emerged from the mountain peak. The reappearance of the 9 suns, the boundless blood sea. There used to be a sun in the sky, and now there was another one floating in the middle of Mount Liangyi. It was extremely bright, competing with the sun in the sky. However, this was only the beginning. After a few breaths, another sun appeared. Then, one sun after another appeared in the sky, competing with the real sun. In the end, a total of 9 suns appeared. They were so bright that no one could open their eyes. Boom! A burly figure rushed out of the mountain peak and stood under the 9 suns. He was like a sun god descending to the world, giving people an indescribable shock. Master! Yan Kuangtu was ecstatic. Jiuyang, it's Xia Jiuyang. Outside the Yin and Yang formation, the masters of the Wang and Jiang families shouted in disbelief. Wasn't the supreme being of the 9 suns only left with a wisp of his soul? But from the looks of it, he had clearly recovered his physical body, and his aura was powerful and unrivaled. All the supreme martial artists of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had extremely grave expressions. Among them, there were many supreme martial artists who had worked with the 9 Sun Supreme Martial Artist before and knew how terrifying he was. The Supreme of 9 Suns used to be known as the #1 Supreme in the Eastern Barren Territory. Even someone as powerful as Yan Kuangtu didn't have this title, because Yan Kuangtu had his own rivals, while the Supreme of 9 Suns had no rivals below the Martial Emperor realm. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that the 9 Sun Supreme had succeeded. Bai Shijin and the others also looked happy. The 9 Sun Supreme Master had recovered, and their power was much stronger. The 9 Sun Supreme Martial Artist alone was equivalent to several Supreme Martial Artists. Boom! With a loud boom, the 9 suns trembled and slowly shrank, turning into 9 light spots and entering the body of the 9 Sun Supreme Master. Buzz! With a flash of light, the 9 Sun Supreme appeared beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior Jiuyang, you've recovered? Lu Ming was extremely excited. I've reformed my physical body. However, it'll take some time for me to recover my peak cultivation and combat strength. The 9 Sun Supreme Master said with a smile. That's great, Yan Kuangtu was overjoyed and laughed. When the other elders of the Talisman sect heard about this, they were also extremely excited. This was a boost to their morale. The 9 Yang Supreme Master's reputation was too great. He was invincible among supremes below the Martial Emperor realm. This was a huge boost to the morale of the Talisman Amulet sect. Xia Jiuyang has really recovered. The Wang clan master and the others widened their eyes in shock. Jiuyang, I didn't expect you to be able to recover your physical body. Martial Emperor De also frowned slightly. What's wrong? De, you didn't expect this, did you? It's all thanks to Lu Ming that I have the chance to recover. Moreover, good fortune and bad luck come together. After this disaster, I may be able to reach a higher level. 9 Sun Supreme said as he stared at Martial Emperor De. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the Wang clan's clan master, Bai Shijin, and the others to be greatly shocked. The only difference was that the Wang clan master and the others were shocked, while Bai Shijin and the others were ecstatic. The 9 Suns Paragon had already reached the supreme level and had reached the peak. What did it mean to be able to reach the next level? Wouldn't he be at the Martial Royal Realm? Could the 9 Sun Supreme possibly break through to the Martial Royal Realm? This was too shocking. It had been thousands of years since a new Martial Emperor had been born in the Eastern Wilderness. A Martial Emperor could live for 10 to 20,000 years, but after so many years, how many Martial Emperors were there in the Eastern Barren Territory? They could be counted with the fingers. If the 9 Sun Supreme had really broken through to the Martial Royal Realm, the Talisman Amulet sect would have the capital to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. De's eyes were filled with amazing brilliance. He said, Jiuyang, you've indeed gained a blessing in disguise and obtained a great opportunity. You've wandered for decades as a remnant soul, which has improved your cultivation. At the same time, your new body and soul have a compelling spirituality. You do have the chance to take that step and become a Martial Emperor. You're indeed the disciple I've chosen. All of this is thanks to you. Supreme 9 Sun said. Jiuyang, even so, it'll be difficult for you to cross it in 10 years. After 10 years, you and the Yin and Yang mountain will be turned into ashes. Even if you break through to the Martial Royal Realm, do you think you can compete with me? Martial Emperor De laughed, full of invincible confidence. The hearts of Bai Shijin and the others sank. Not to mention when the 9 Sun Supreme would break through. Even if he could break through, was he really a match for Martial Emperor De? It had been 10,000 years since De became a martial emperor. No one could say what realm he had reached. I've said that the talisman sect will be destroyed. You won't have any chance. Although the yin and yang formation is powerful, it's not invincible. Martial Emperor De's voice came out, and a blood-red light emitted from between his eyebrows. Walala. The next moment, there was the sound of waves crashing. A sea of blood appeared in front of Martial Emperor De. It was a sea of blood. Furthermore, the blood sea was expanding rapidly. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. In the end, it expanded to millions of miles wide, covering the entire area of Mount Liangyi. The sea of blood covered the sky, causing the talisman amulet sect to be completely dark. Not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. This is boundless blood sea. How was that possible? There really is such a heaven-defying treasure in the world. Du Songjue cried out in shock. Bai Shijin, Meng Chong, and the other experts who had heard of the name of the boundless blood sea also widened their eyes in shock. Bai Shijin, what's going on with this boundless blood sea? How come I've never heard of such a treasure? Yan Kuangtu asked. I don't know either. I only read about it in the ancient records. It doesn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. This boundless blood sea has a terrifying power, which is to break arrays. It can cover an array and corrode its foundation, thus completely destroying the array. I didn't expect De to have a treasure like this. Bai Shijin's face was extremely ugly. Yan Kuangtu's face darkened when he heard this. I guess it's a treasure that Martial Emperor De brought back from overseas. He has been planning to deal with the Yin and Yang mountain for a long time. Supreme Nine Sun said. The world is so big, the divine wilderness is but a drop in the ocean. I brought this back from overseas, and it is enough to break the array of your Mount Liangyi. Martial Emperor De's voice was heard. The patriarch of the Wang clan and the others were overjoyed. Walala. The blood sea rolled and covered the yin and yang formation. The blood-colored sea water seeped into the mountain along the border of the yin and yang mountain, destroying the mountain. Lu Ming and the rest even heard a sizzling sound. How did this happen? Some of the talisman sect's elders shouted anxiously. There's no need to panic. Although the boundless blood sea is strong, the yin and yang formation has its own natural power. Even the boundless blood sea can't break the yin and yang formation in a short time. Bai Shijin said, trying to comfort everyone. Standing outside the yin and yang formation, Martial Emperor De looked at the rolling blood sea and ordered, the limitless blood sea can't break the yin and yang formation in a short period of time. Leave a group of people here to guard this place and prevent the talisman amulet sect from escaping. Also, guard the teleportation formations at all places. Yes, Your Majesty. The supreme martial artists received the order. Martial Emperor De's body moved and disappeared. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.